Hello, hello. Hello. What's up, everybody? Oh, the full row of scatters. Almost. Oh, that was close. Was that close? I think that was close. I think that was close. It almost got there. Gorophobia, thank you for the 420. That is indeed a mystery to me as well. It is a little bit of a mystery how Ryzeal has been like so dominant in the OCG, but I mean it's a good deck. It is a good deck. But I didn't expect it to be better than full power Snake Eye. I really did not. It might just be a matter of the deck is very efficient, and like that's what it takes to beat Snake Eyes is like a very efficient hand trap deck. Like I don't know. Maybe it's also a matter of I heard that it's don't say that. What was I about to say? I heard a lot that Ryzeal plays a lot like sprites. Hugin is not a bird. Anyways. Ryzeal apparently plays a lot like Sprite, which maybe that means it just like is very good into hand traps. Maybe that's the difference. Maybe it just gets to play a lot of hand traps itself and plays good and well into other hand traps. Maybe that's what it is. Dude, it's impossible to like you know what's funny? You know what's funny? I was about to say God, let me talk. I was about to say it's impossible to like formulate a thought in the beginning of the stream when you keep getting like sub messages like that, and then you hit me with that sub message. So I guess that proves my point. Nice haircut. Thank you. Yeah, I did indeed get a haircut. I feel like it's a little short, but it's fine. What do you mean that was a SpongeBob quote? No, I get that. I understood. I understand that. But it is still a SpongeBob quote that I received while trying to talk about why Ryzeal is such a good deck in the OCG, you know? Which obviously fits perfectly, right? That is the perfect occasion to drop a SpongeBob quote. I understand that. I get it. Look, I get it. Anyways, thank you all for the subs. Appreciate the support, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. Make yourself comfortable. We have a couple of things planned for today. Today, after having focused on Master Duel so much in recent weeks, we are going to go back to the TCG a little bit. Obviously, there was a new TCG list that I was very hyped for, but haven't actually gotten like around to really think about or test with, simply because I've been so focused on Master Duel Worlds that today is the day we finally get back into it. We have a bunch of cards that I need to look at that I haven't looked at because I was gone and focused on other things. So we're going to talk about some new cards that were revealed. I mean, new. Some of you guys have probably seen these like a week ago or something, but I haven't been able to look at them yet. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to take our first deeper look into the current TCG format because, like, YCS Lil is 1.5 weeks away. Can you guys believe that? I can't. That's crazy. I don't know what to play for YCS Lil. I just came back from Master Duel Worlds. I have no idea what's going on. Unironically, my current I'm leaning towards just queuing up the White Forest again, simply because I don't even know if I'm gonna have time to find something else. Which I'm happy to. I'm not afraid to say that here because friggin' like that's what anyone would have guessed anyways. But I'm not set on it yet. I am not set on it yet, but like I'm probably gonna try that deck in the format, and if I'm happy with its performance, I might just play it. The problem is the problem basically is that the Yubel matchup going second is really hard if you don't stop them, right? That's something we're gonna have to look at today. Like we're gonna be able to look at some deck profiles and stuff later. But I feel like the Yubel board going second is a tough one to crack. But it's also hard to stop anyway. Yubel is a tough one in the format, but we're gonna see. First, let's get some cards. Haven't done this in a while. Let's see if we still got it. Whatever we had, let's see if we still have it. Let's go. The washed segment, yes. That is Mobius. I think. It is not Mobius. Really? That is Mobius, but not on... Okay. Technically, guys, technically, that was Mobius. You cannot say that was not Mobius. You would be lying. That's an ice barrier, dude. Samurai of the ice barrier? Alright. Dude, Mimighoul is in shambles because of the new Dominus card. If that card sees play, Mimighoul is dead. I'm not gonna try to guess the Kawaki Mairu card. Or Overclock. Look, I'm already pissed off at this round. I don't know what these cards are. We should have skipped the warm-up today. This is not Brilliant Fusion. It's like Crystal... Is it Crystal Counter? Crystal Counter? That card does not exist. Crystal Counter is not a card that exists. Gem Counter? No. Counter Crystal. That also doesn't exist. You're lying to me. Oh my god. Counter Gem. Oh, that was the one thing I didn't try. That's Clayman. I feel like we're back, everybody. Right now, I feel like I feel like this is the moment where we have arrived back in from Worlds. I think yeah. What is this? Trivi Karma? This feels familiar. Red Baron? Hmm. Oh, are you... What is the... Is that the yellow Ignister? Which one's the yellow one? Doyon? Doyon? Is Doyon yellow? No, it's not. Doshin? That's not one of the ones they play, right? Something Rose. Rose Paladin? Cruel Angel? No. Fallen Angel of Roses, maybe. No? Dude. I've seen this card. Queen Angel of Roses. Come on, dude. The same thing. Is this... It's not Box of Friends. It's Present card, right? Yeah. What was the difference between Present card and Gift card again? I forgot. Gift card is plus 3,000 life points. What's Present card? Discard and draw 5? Ah. Bro, we have 100 points 5 minutes in. We are so back. What the hell are these cards, man? Abyss Actor. Oh, God. I'm trying... am I trying to get the Abyss Actor? Which one is it? Superstar? Superstar. Phenomenal. There, I can't see shit. Nothing is here. Oh, I know him. But it's a spell card, I think. Lone Wolf. What did that even mean? And jaw. Parsec. I feel like I've seen you. Are you the anti-kaiju? Oh, there's two. Oh, God, there's two. Don't say 200 points, let's go like that. Don't say 200 points, let's go like that. I know how you meant that. Oh, that's Ash Blossom. Dude, there's no way we're not getting 500. Who is this? X-Saber? Urz. Urz? Urz? You've never been so clean? Dude, this might be the worst round of all time. This might be the worst one I've ever played. Thingy, Monarch. Dude. Prime Monarch. There you go. Shizuku. Eradicator. Okay, there we go. Give me more of those. Bro, who? Numeronius? Bro hits me with Numeronius after I tell him to give me more cards that I know. Numeronius. Battery Man. But... is it 9 volt? Yeah, it's 9 volt. Yeah, Evil Eye. Sick. Can't do anything with that information. Mesmerism. Oh, is that a ZW? No. It's a Cybers. Dude, this card was crazy in Duel Links. Silent Magician. Is it just Silent Magician or is it Silent Magician 0? Silent Magician. Barrage Blast. Yeah. Ooh, this feels familiar. This color scheme. That's the Zark thingy. Yeah. I think Melodious is better than before. I still don't think it can keep up with Bell consistently, but it's more playable than it was. Okay, I think we're getting 500, which is not something I'm supposed to be happy about. Fushi no Tori. Yeah. Oh, that's a Time Lord. Which one's the green Time Lord? Sadion? Oh yeah, I am. I am Sadion right now. I'm very Sadion. Lurie! Okay, so, Senpai, I need to know, when you say you're still my champ, Josh, you tried your best, are you referring to Macedul Worlds, or are you referring to this round of Card Guesser? Because you're either making fun of me, or you're trying to be nice. I need to know which one, you know? Shureg? No, Rugal. Rugal. Hey, 500, let's go. This is a not Abyss Actor. Aqua Actress, that's the one. Goopy. Libromancer. Libromancer realized? Yeah. I know my Libromancers. Oh, that's Utopia stuff. Is that Utopia double? Yeah. Easy. Who is this? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Infernity support? No. Oh, that's the one that has Doomlord on it. Is that D-counter? It is D-counter. Fairy Knight. Ingunar. Nope. I've been lied to. I've been lied to! Huh? It's all a scam. It's all a scam, dude. This would have easily been the best round I've ever played, but the game bugged on me. What can I do, guys? What can I do if the game bugs? We blame it all on this now. We blame it all on this. The game is bugged. That's the only explanation there is. The game bugged, so we had no chance from the beginning. Sales ban? Is this sales ban? No, it's not sales ban, is it? No. Like royal prison or something. Get that like 1 point. Yep. 1 point clean. Dude, the Smith dude. What is this guy called? I forgot. Something Gamir? No. Dude. The game was bugged, guys. The game was bugged. It doesn't count. It does not count. It simply does not count. Delete the VOD. Moving on. No need to talk about it. Not my fault. It's not my fault if the game is bugged. We all agree on this. We all agree on this. It's not a washed angle. It's not my fault at all. The game bugged. We all saw it. We all saw it. Did we break 300? Shut up. All right, anyways. We're looking for an effect monster that is higher than level 4, has big stats, and is newer than 2015. So, like, yeah, let's throw Chengying at it. Why not? Oh, higher than level 11. Wait, what are these stats? It's got big boy stats. Okay, more than 3,000 attack, more than 3,000 defense. Older than 2021. It is not an exceed. Okay, 11 or 12. What's like a really big level 11 or 12 monster? Tierra? Oh, it could be Tierra. No, it can't be Tierra. Oh, this one. Okay. So, it is a light level 11 with more than 3,400 defense. Wait, is it Tyranno? Is Tyranno level 11? No, it's level 10. End Punisher? Oh, I think it's End Punisher. No, it's not a synchro. It's not a synchro, guys. The level 11 kaiju. Isn't the biggest kaiju 33? Yeah. Yeah, the biggest kaiju is 33. That's too small. Hey, what is this? Nibiru? Guys. Are you guys trying to tell me you guys don't know the stats of Nibiru, the primal being? Avida? Who? Ooh, Megalol? Oh, Cybers. Great. Cannot be normal summon or set. Must be special summon from your hand by there being at least 8 or more link monsters with different names on the field and or in the graveyards. You cannot special summon other monsters the turn you special summon this card. This card's special summon cannot be negated. If this card is special summon, shuffle all other monsters that are banished on the field and in the graves into the deck. Neither player can activate cards or effects in response to this effect's activation. At least 8 or more link monsters with different names on the field or in the graveyards. That's crazy. All right. Okay, cool. Let's never talk about this warm-up ever again, like we usually do, and hop into today's stuff. All right. We have a lot of things to catch up on, since I was very focused on Master Duel these last couple of weeks, and I haven't been streaming as much because of Master Duel Worlds. let's go through these one by one before we hop into some YCS Lil prep, as well as we also have a podcast later today. We're gonna have Farfa on the stream. I think we start 4 p.m. So we still have a good amount of time to talk about the TCG format. Also, Grandmark, thank you for the 22 months. Appreciate you. We're gonna have another real quick announcement. We're gonna have Pack on the stream on Friday. That was the reason why I didn't stream yesterday. I had stuff to do, and we're gonna replace the Monday stream with a Friday stream. Mike is speaking. All right, let me turn it down. My bad. We're gonna have Pack on stream on Friday for some remote duel testing. He's gonna be playing. I think he said he would bring the Yubel deck, so we can try some stuff into Yubel on Friday. And then we're also gonna be having remote duel streams next week, so you guys get to also try out some stuff for YCS Lil. So that's gonna be the TCG plan for the next couple of days as well. So yeah, it's gonna be a shiny stream on Friday. Oh yeah. Wow. Physicist, thank you for the 3 months, and Real Haze, thank you for the 2 months. All right. So first things first. We're not going through this completely chronological. There's like something. I random order, I guess. But first things first, the new main set has been announced in the OCG, and there is some speculation about what the name of the set means. So just to put it into context, they have just received, or they've received a while ago, Rage of the Abyss in the OCG, which is our next main set, which is happening for us in, I think, October. Anonymous Gifter gifted a tier 1 sub to Max C. Wonderful. Appreciate that, I think. Anyways, Alliance Insight is the name of the main set not after Rage of the Abyss, because it's Rage of the Abyss, then Supreme Darkness, and then Alliance Insight. So for us, this is still quite a few months down the line in terms of the main sets. But it is still something that people are speculating on what this means. I've seen different things that this means. People have been referring this name to Duelist Alliance, which could mean two things, right? Duelist Alliance could be a reference to the Duelist Alliance set, which I think was the one that released Shaddoll, Burning Abyss, yada yada. So that is something it could mean. Or it could refer to Duelist Alliance, the card, which was Pendulum support, right? I think Duelist Alliance is a Pendulum card, right? It's the one that searches something like with Pendulum in its name or something. So that's something that people are referring to. And then I've seen another one which I thought was funny. Is someone said, "Oh, this the first letters of this is AI, so surely it's Adignister support," which is very funny. I think it's very funny how people interpret all kinds of things into this. I mean, a lot of the times these set names, they mean something, right? Like Rage of the Abyss was support for water decks, right? Or is support for water decks, right? There's Mermail Atlantean support in there. So who knows? It could be. It could mean something. But we'll have to wait and see, because so far I believe nothing has been announced in terms of the cards in here. So there's no news regarding anything in there yet. But it's just some guesses that people had that I thought was very interesting. Also, the OCG, I don't have that open right now, but the OCG will get their next Forbidden and Limited list announced next week. They had an announcement for the announcement of the Forbidden and Limited list, so they know that their next list is going to be in effect on October 1st, and they have gotten a date for when the list will be revealed, and that will be the 23rd of September. On the 23rd of September, if I remember correctly, I think it was the 23rd when I read the news. The 23rd of September will be the date that they will know what the next list will look like. So I guess that is next week. We can check that out as well. Should be a Sunday. Well, 23rd would be a Monday. Maybe it's the 22nd then. If you say it's always on a Sunday, then maybe it's this Sunday, the 22nd. And either way, we can look at it at some point at the start of next week. So that's going to be interesting. But yeah, first, like, imagine having a set date for that. How cringe would that be? How cringe would that be? Honestly, couldn't be us. Anyways. Iron, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you. Also, whoever gifted a sub to kill Ronin, you're messed up. You're messed up. Take that back. Refund the sub. All right. And now, we've got a couple of new cards for different things. This is the most relevant one for us for now. These are world premiere cards in the tins. These got like, I think they got out there a while ago, and there's been content creator openings already. And so I've had some time to look at these in the past, and I thought about these for a little bit, but let's just get over, or let's go over these real quick, because I have actually not streamed since these have been revealed. So here we have the new Nibiru that everyone is talking about, or like, at least, you know, people were talking about Nibiru too. We've got Thea, or Thea, the Primal Being, which is another level 11 rock monster. This time it's a dark monster. It's 3,000 attack, 600 defense, just like Nibiru. During the main phase, quick effect, you contribute monsters whose total level equal 11 or more. Special summon this card from your hand. Then, if you control no other monsters, you can destroy one monster on the field with the highest attack. Your choice if tied. You can only use this effect of Thea, the Primal Being, once per turn. Neither player can normal and or special summon more than 4 times per turn while this card is face up in the monster zone. Now, this card is, in my opinion, not very good. Long story short, I've thought about it. I thought about it long and hard, and it's not great, I think. Simply because, like, I don't really know what you're supposed to do with this card. I guess what you're supposed to do with this card, and this is where you're gonna understand why I feel like it's not as competitively viable. But what you're supposed to do with this card is, when you're going second, you Nibiru your opponent, and after you Nibiru your opponent, you can then, if they keep playing, you can tribute the Nibiru that you have, which is 11 or more, to special summon this, and then you can also pop the highest attack monster on the board, which most likely is going to be the Nibiru token. Which basically, what I just said is TLDR, if you pair this card with Nibiru, it's alright. Which basically is every other hand trap in the universe of Yu-Gi-Oh! Right? Like, you can just pair Nibiru with an Effect Veiler, and it's probably better. You can pair Nibiru with Imperm, it's probably better. Yada yada. You know what I mean, right? Nibiru, like, basically the problem of this card is it's only useful as a hand trap when you've already resolved Nibiru, which is, like, the worst possible, like, situation to be in, because, like, when I'm resolving Nibiru, I'm already happy, right? I'm never playing a card that's only good if I already resolved Nibiru on my opponent, right? Also, clearly, guys, you cannot tribute your opponent's monsters for this card. Every card that does not specifically state that you contribute your opponent's cards does not allow you to tribute your opponent's cards. Otherwise, this card would have been insane, obviously, right? If your opponent starts cooking and you contribute like 3 of their monsters, and then summon this, and it's basically like a it's not summon limit, because 4 is a lot more than 2, but, like, you know what I mean, right? Like, if you could, yeah. Why isn't it worth without Nib? What are you going to tribute? How are you going to get level 11 onto your field? You know? It's Yubel's end board piece. Bro, Yubel does not need this card. There is, like, so many things that Yubel can end on that are better than this card. Like, I understand you guys are saying, hey, I'm going to be searching this with Gallant Granite, and then I'm going to put, like, a summon limit onto my opponent. First of all, you can do so many better things that require you to summon a rank 4 plus level 11 worth of levels. You can do a lot better things in Yu-Gi-Oh! Than summoning this, which is, it's not even summon limit, bro. Like, 2... The reason why 2 specifically on summon limit was so broken is because that makes it basically unoutable from the extra deck. Because in order to out a card with an extra deck card, 99% of the time you need at least 2 summons. 3 summons, because you need to summon 2 monsters and then turn them into an extra deck monster, for example, right? Like you need to, like a Nightmare Phoenix or Nightmare Cerberus or SP Little Knight, you need at least 3 summons. In the case of SP Little Knight, you probably need 4, right? But this card can get outed by SP Little Knight in almost any deck, right? Because you can normal summon, special summon, link 1, that's 3 summons, and then SP, right? 4 summons is not even, like, half as broken as summon limit. So this card is not going to be worth the extra work you have to do to summon it ever, pretty much. So going first and as an endboard piece, I don't think this card is good at all. And as a hand trap, quote unquote, I have a hard time calling this a hand trap because it's such a situational hand trap. This card is only good if you can pair it with Nibiru, and you can also already resolve the Nibiru. So it's not. I think this card sounds a lot fancier than it is. I think this card is not going to see play, unfortunately. This is not great. All right, and then we've got Heavy Polymerization, which is a normal spell card. Wasn't there 3? Heavy Polymerization, normal spell card. Fusion summon a fusion monster from your extra deck using 3 or more monsters from your hand or field as material. You can also banish monsters from your extra deck as material up to the number of monsters your opponent controls, but you lose life points equal to the total attack of monsters banished this way when the monster is fusion summoned. This card, in my opinion, was... It was another instance of, I read this card and I was like, that looks good. There's probably something you can do with this. But then the more I thought about it, the less I like it. For the following reason. And it might not be what you think it is, but here's the thing. My issue is this sentence here. Because in general, this card does something that I really like and I really value in Yu-Gi-Oh cards these days. Is it is theoretically usable going first and second, but going second it has a bonus effect, right? Because this card, you can use it when you go first to fusion summon a monster, but you can only use the monsters from the extra deck when you go second because your opponent will already have a board. So this is something I usually really like, where this is something I looked at. I was like, okay, that's cool. You know, the card is useful going first, but it just gets better going second. Here's my problem. This card I don't think is useful going first. Because what you can't fuse a monster with, like, what kind of monster with 3 or more materials do you want to fuse going first? Realistically. I don't know. It can fusion summon Titan and Colossus. Okay, when was the last time you played Polymerization in Thunder Dragons? Pilgrim Dante? See, exactly. Good point. No one's gonna use it. So my issue is basically it's a worse polymerization when you're going first. And my problem with that is that polymerization is already a pretty mediocre Yu-Gi-Oh card in 2024, right? It's like, oh, of course, in some decks you play it, but it's only if you have a really good reason to play it. Like, I don't know, you're playing like the Frightfur package with like patchwork, stuff like that. Like you get the poly for free while creating a plus around it and all. You have to do a lot of work basically in modern Yu-Gi-Oh to be able to use polymerization without feeling bad for it, right? And so this is basically just this being a worse version of a card that you already don't really want to play when you're going first is not great. And on top of that, I don't even know if I can think of a really good use for going second, because like the best, in my opinion, the best fusion going second is probably Guardian Chimera, but that doesn't work with cards from the extra deck. So like, what's the what's really the thing? Plus, you probably will have to play some specific targets for this in your extra deck to even fuse with, so that you're not freaking like so that you don't just like kill yourself by banishing like normal, like, because if you like, I don't know what the attack points of the average extra deck monster are, like 2000 or something. Like if you want to use 3 monsters from the extra deck, you're just like almost dead. So I don't know, like you might have to play like specific targets with 0 attack so that you can banish those. I don't know. There's a fusion monster that requires 1 synchro, 1 Xyz, 1 link. Yeah, you're talking about, I think, Coordius, right? Fusions that you can summon. Oh, okay. We've got Ancient Gear Megaton Golem with 3 howitzers. Chaos Ancient Gear Giant, 4,500. Coordius, the Triphasic Dealman. Barbaroid, the ultimate battle machine. Life points cost 0. Life points cost 0 is crazy. You know what's funny? This is 6 extra deck slots. 6 extra deck slots. And your opponent needs 5 monsters. Can we talk about that? That's not even... The thing is, a lot of the times, end boards don't even have 5 monsters. Like, you let your opponent cook for the entire turn, right? You let your opponent cook for the entire turn, and they end on like 3 monsters or something just so you can summon Ancient Gear Megaton Golem, Cyber Eternity. Like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. All right, anyways. All right, if the other one wasn't pulled, I don't want to get into that. Chaos Giant can attack all 4. Yeah. Why do you think White Forest Runic is better than Bestial Runic this format? I don't have a real opinion on that yet. I can tell you why I think White Forest Runic is a better deck than Bestial Runic conceptually. And that is because in White Forest, you have more consistent access to your tuners. You print more cards. Whereas Bestial Runic really needs to draw Quem. Otherwise, it kind of struggles to get going. Not always, but like White Forest has more tuners and more cards that have equal quality when you draw them, basically. So it's just less bricky than Bestial Runic. And if you really like, because technically Bestial Runic, like the Bestial cards are not part of the tuner engine. Unless you play the Aluber, which is not an ideal tuner to start with anyways. You can play it just to get a tuner out there because it's better than not having a tuner. But like conceptually, you're basically cramming 3 engines into one deck. Whereas with the White Forest, you just have a clean, you know, these are my Runics, these are my White Forest, and they do everything. You could still play Bystials in White Forest Runic if you wanted to. They have the same amount of, not the same amount of synergy, but they're still synergistic, right? If it's only about, hey, I think Bystials are good in this format, you could play Bystials in White Forest Runic and just be like, yeah, here, this is my non-engine for this format. It wouldn't be drastically different. But yeah. After having tested Yubel or played against Yubel a lot for Master Duel Worlds prep, I don't know if people are overestimating the power of Bystials against that deck, though, to be honest. I feel like Bystials are okay against Yubel, but not as good. But we can talk about that later. We're gonna take a look at Yubel. Also, in the upcoming days, I'm probably gonna also make a YouTube video on like whether I think Yubel is the best deck on the format, which it probably is, and then like how to beat it and stuff like that. We're gonna talk about the Bystial cards. We're gonna have to look at some Yubel lines though. Bystials are mostly for Fiendsmith. Yeah, but like I look, this is me. This is my impression from like Yubel in Master Duel. I haven't played TCG Yubel much recently, but wouldn't the deck have Phantom of Yubel access most of the time before you start going into your Fiendsmith stuff? Obviously, it depends on how you start, but I feel like most hands would probably be able to put up a Phantom before you commit to Fiendsmith. So it's always weird if like if the Bystial is really annoying for them, they can probably just Phantom it. And you get weaker to Nib. Yeah, but that's at that point you're playing a mind game, right? At that point you're playing the mind game of do they think that you have Nibiru as well? If they think you have Nibiru, they have to let your Bystial go through, but it's not 100% reliable, right? In that sense, it's honestly, it feels like, or it sounds like Bystials are only really good if you can like pair them with other hand traps, right? Which wouldn't really be possible if you're playing a Bystial Runic deck, right? So like they'd only be good in decks that already have a lot of hand traps, right? Which is weird. Anyways, moving on. We've got new Crystron support. Halka-Fibrax 2. New Crystron cards have been revealed for Supreme Darkness, which is the main set after Rage of the Abyss. We've got Crystron Tristalos, level 2 Water Machine Tuner. 800 attack, 2000 defense. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you can special summon a Crystron monster from your deck, except Tristalos. Then, immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon a machine monster using that monster you control. Okay. First question: What is like a good machine monster to synchro summon on the opponent's turn? What's a good machine monster? Quarion Quandrax? Axel Synchron. I guess you can. Okay, I guess you can go into Axel Synchron, and that also has. Does Axel Synchron also have the quick effect synchro effect? Yes. Okay, so you can go into basically any synchro by going Axel. Fine. All right. And you also obviously all the Crystron synchros are machines. Legacia is a machine. All right, not bad. Dawn Dragster is a good point. Have you read the big Crystrons in a while? I know they have one that pops all of the back row. I remember that one. I don't remember the other ones. But I could imagine some of them have good effects on the opponent's turn because that's what the entire archetype was based around, right? You can banish this card from your graveyard, destroy a synchro monster you control, then special summon 2 Crystrons from your deck. Also, you cannot special summon from the extra deck except machine monsters for the rest of this turn. Destroy a synchro you control. Alright, so this is a card that's hard for me to evaluate simply because I'm not that big into Crystrons. Do they have any synchros that are like really good when you destroy them? Is really good? Okay. Okay. Everything floats. Okay, that was the thing that I was missing because I'm not super familiar with the graveyard effects of the Crystron synchros, but okay. The little bit weird thing in this card is that it's a tuner monster with a really good graveyard effect, so I'm very incentivized to synchro with it. But then its first effect only works when you leave it on the field or when you get it back somehow, right? But it's kind of counterintuitive that it's a card that I really want to get into the graveyard, but on the other hand, I also really want to leave it on the board. Crystron Soul Food Hole. Level 5 water machine. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn each. If this card is in your hand or grave, target a Crystron card you control, destroy it, then special summon this card. Also, you're locked into machines. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can send up to 2 Crystron cards with different names from your deck to the grave. Ooh. Okay, there we go. So, if we have this in hand or grave, we just pop a Crystron card, and then we get to Foolish 2. That's pretty strong, isn't it? I know they have a bunch of graveyard effects, right? Because this is a good graveyard effect, but I also... What was the one? There was one you would send with Gen X Undyne to make, like, Halka Fibrax or something. Was it Rosenix? Rosenix was the one that just makes a token, right? Like, the line was Gen X Undyne, send Rosenix, search controller, banish Rosenix to get a token, make Link Spider, summon Gen X controller, and make Halka Fibrax with it. I think that was the line. So they've got at least 2 good graveyard effects. And probably more. Crystron Eleskeletas. Level 7 water machine synchro. You can only use the first and third effect once per turn each. If this card is synchro summoned, you can add a Crystron card from your graveyard or banishment to your hand. Monsters your opponent controls lose 500. If this synchro summoned card is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can special summon a Crystron from your graveyard or banishment. Okay, so that's already one thing that floats when you pop it with Tristalos. So if you make the level 7 synchro and then pop it with Tristalos, you summon 2 Crystrons from your deck as well as 1 from your graveyard or banishment. So this one monster will turn into 3 at that point. Okay. It can also... Oh, it can resummon itself. All right, so you don't even lose... You basically just don't even lose anything. This just makes this into like a summon 2 from deck. Okay. Crystron Inclusion. Continuous spell. You can only activate 1 card with this card's name per turn. You can only use the third effect of this card's name once per turn. When this card resolves, you can add a Crystron card from your deck to your hand. The first time each of your Crystron monsters would be destroyed by battle each turn, it is not destroyed. You can banish this card from your grave, then target a Crystron monster in your grave, special summon it. That's very good. Right? That's very good. I mean, this card was already very good when this was here, right? You didn't need anything else. So what you're getting is you're getting a bonus, small bonus on the second effect, and here, because you can destroy it with other Crystron cards, it ends up in your graveyard and it then is a reborn. Right? This card is just overall insane, right? It's a Rhoda plus extender later. Very good. And then we've got Crystron Cluster. Can only use the second effect once per turn. Crystron cards you control cannot be banished by your opponent's card effects. I don't know how much that matters. I mean, depends on the format. You can target 1 face-up card in the field, or up to 2 if you control a Crystron Synchro. Shuffle a Crystron card from your graveyard banishment into the deck, except Cluster, and if you do, destroy the targeted cards. This is like a themed Sword Soul Blackout, I guess. It is once per turn. It's a continuous trap, so once you have it, you can keep popping cards over and over and over and over again. So that's not bad. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's like a chuche. It's like a chuche. It's decent, but it's obviously still a trap card. But it's all right. Okay. Overall, I think these cards are very good. I think the worst card in the bunch is just the trap card, but the trap card is usually the worst card in the bunch. These are pretty good. I don't know if that's good enough to make Crystron meta relevant, but it's definitely good cards. Definitely good cards. Yeah. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Because some of the Crystron cards are pretty good, but some of them are also really, really old and not very good. We'll see. And then we have another archetype. I think this one is a completely new archetype from Supreme Darkness. Do I think Ryzeal is going to be the same in the TCG? I think Ryzeal is going to be successful. Yes. I don't know if it's going to like take over as much as it did in the OCG. It remains to be seen, but it is very powerful. I think it is very powerful, but not like tier 0, but I also don't think it's tier 0 in the OCG. It's just like among the best decks. Anyways, we have ARG Stars. ARG Stars is likely alternate reality game stars, but is meant to be read as Argo Stars. Okay. Anyways. We have Argo Stars, Adra the Laurels, level 4 Earth Warrior. Earth Warrior, 1800 attack, Adrian defense. You can only use the third effect of this card's name once per turn. During your opponent's turn, if you control a continuous trap. Oh, it's that kind of archetype. Okay. If you control a continuous trap, quick effect, you can banish this card from your hand. Change the attack of a face-up monster on the field to 0 until the end of this turn. If this card is normal summoned, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects in response to the activation of your continuous trap cards and their effects for the rest of this turn. You can banish this card you control, place up to 2 Argos continuous traps with different names from your hand and or deck face up in your spell and trap zone. Ooh, now this reads like this is a deck that functions very differently from other Yu-Gi-Oh decks, which has the potential to be really cool. I haven't read any of these yet, but this feels like it could be a deck that is meant to like that focuses around like having continuous traps up and like controlling the game that way. Depending on how the continuous traps are designed, this could either be very, very cool or very, very troll despair. It's also going to be very hard to make a deck like this good without giving it floodgates. So I'm hoping that's not the case. But this seems like a cool concept. So they've got, and this seems to be the only monster. They've got a monster that lets you tutor out your continuous traps. The cool thing about this card is that it's not ashable because it places them face up. All right. You can just Veil or Impermit those still. So, okay. We've got Argos Home Stadium. Once per turn, you can pay 1,000 life points. Add an Argo Star card from your graveyard of banishment to your hand. Okay, we've got Recursion, but 1,000 life points is kind of sucks. Each time a continuous trap is special summoned from the spell and trap zone to your field, inflict 500 damage to your opponent. Once per chain, if your continuous trap activates, its effect in the monster zone while you have a banished Argo Star monster. You can target a face-up card your opponent controls, negate its effects until the end of this turn. Once per chain, if your continuous trap card activates its effect in the monster zone while you have a banished Argos monster. Wait, is this a trigger or a quick effect? Because it says if. It's a trigger on the new chain. Okay, that makes it worse. That makes it worse. But all right. So, okay, this was a direction that I actually wasn't thinking with the monster, but I guess that works. It's meant to be more support for these kind of trap monsters that summon themselves out, like the silhouette rabbit kind of archetype. Okay. I don't know if that sort of deck can be good. I mean, the effects of the continuous traps have to be really powerful. This card itself is, I think this is mediocre at best, unfortunately, because it's, I mean, it's not a bad card, but like with modern field spell design in mind, this card is, it just pales in comparison, right? Because it doesn't do anything on the first turn. Because you, like, you know what I mean, right? But maybe it's fine in combinations. But it's not a starter because it only adds from banishment or graveyard. But okay. We have the first continuous trap here, which is Tidal the Purple Lightning. Continuous trap. Warrior monsters you control gain 500 attack. Once per turn, you can discard a card, special summon this card as an effect monster, 2k, 2k, with the following effect. It is also still a trap. Then you can add an Argo Star card from your deck to your hand. Once per turn, you can place this card in your spell trap zone face up. Wait. This is a different card each time, right? Like, you can do this infinitely. You can filter your entire deck like freaking Substitute, right? Can't you? Because it doesn't say, it doesn't have a heart once per turn, right? So, it's on the field, it's a monster. I discard a card. I flip it face up. It's the same copy? Are you sure? Since it is still a trap card? Okay. It's the same card. Okay. Because what I was thinking was, I mean, you know what I was thinking, but like, I summon it, discard a card, search a Argo Star, discard that Argo Star to like keep summoning it. But okay, if I can only do it once per turn, all right, that's okay. I didn't know it worked like, because I know Trudea is, I know, for example, the Centurions are different cards when they are summoned from the spell trap zone. But I guess it says special summon this card as an effect monster. It is still a trap, so it stays the same card. Okay, I see. I mean, that would have been a pretty big oversight, because that would have been really broken, right? So because you could have filtered out the entire deck that way. All right, then this feels a little underwhelming. I mean, keep in mind this is a trap card, right? So like, you're gonna activate this, you're gonna discard a card to summon it, you're gonna get a search, but then the only effect it has on the field is, hey, I can go back into the spell trap zone. But I mean, you can get it on the first turn if you open up with the monster and resolve it, I guess. We have Capane, the Flying Swallow. Continuous trap. Your warrior monsters cannot be destroyed by battle. Once per turn, if there's a continuous trap in the monster zone, you can special summon this card with the following effect. Then if you have any banished Argo Star monsters, gain 500 life points. Once per turn, you can place this card in your spell trap zone face up. You see, here's the thing with these cards. what they are trying to get you to do is you want to assemble all of these in your spell and trap zone, and then you want to keep reusing them turn after turn after turn. You want them to like jump out of the spell and trap zone, do something, and then go back so that you can do it again next turn. Which is a really cool concept, I think, because it implies like, hey, you know, we have this game plan of like these trap cards jumping out of the spell and trap zone, doing something, going back there to be safe, you know, like that. And turn after turn after turn, you get like incremental value, you gain life points, you inflict some damage, some burn damage with this. Maybe that's even meant to be the win condition, I don't know. But like, you know, you're trying to control the game that way. My problem is that I have my doubts that this is competitively viable because it seems very slow so far. And then we have the last one, which is Argo Star ETO, the Dragon Slayer. Warrior monsters you control cannot be destroyed by card effects. Atelier, thank you for the 4 months. Once per turn, when your opponent activates a card or effect, you can special summon this card. Then, if you have any banished Argo Star monsters, you can return a card on the field to the hand. Okay, this one is nice. Because this is a bounce every turn. That's cool. This should be released in Edison. It'd be pretty good in Edison format. Here's my problem. I like the concept. I think the concept is really cool. The concept is really cool. You guys know I like slow control decks. And this is the idea that this deck portrays is a really cool one to me, because this would be a really slow control deck, because the idea would basically be I'm setting up these 3 trap cards in my spell and trap zone, and at every turn I keep summoning them out. I keep getting some value from it. You know, this adds, this gains life points, and this bounces a card, and then I can use them together with like, what is there? There's like a Statue of Anguish pattern, right? That's like a continuous trap that says whenever you summon one from the spell trap zone, I think you can destroy a card or something, right? That's the card, right? Anguish pattern. Right, this is a trap monster that says special summon this card as an effect monster. If summoned this way, it cannot be targeted while you control another trap card. If a card is special summoned from your spell trap zone to the monster zone while this card is a monster, you can target a card on the field, destroy it. This is not once per turn. So like, you're supposed to pair it with cards like that have effects when trap cards are being summoned. So like, you put this up, and then every turn, if you can protect this card, you can like summon out these guys and destroy 3 cards on the field or something. It's a really slow concept though. You could also play the Pendulum Dragon thingy that I played in Pale. Yeah. Azaroon, Silhouette Rabbit kind of thing. It's just probably too slow, right? It's just... No! Anyways. Yeah, I don't know. This is... It's a cool idea. It's very, very slow, though. Very, very slow. So I have my doubts that it's good enough, unless they get crazy support. This first wave does not feel like it's enough. But there's a lot of things I like about this, right? But more like from a design perspective, not from a competitive perspective, right? I like that they have recursion built in and all that kind of stuff, the control playstyle and stuff like that. I really like it. I just don't think it's going to be good for now, but it's cool. All right, and then we have something that has caused something criminal to happen. I'll show you what I mean. Give me a moment. Let me find it. It has caused... If I want an English copy of Jurak Meteor right now, it's actually gone down a little bit already. It's actually gone down a little bit already, but the Jurak Meteor spiked to like, I don't know, when I checked yesterday, it was like 20 bucks or something, but now it's gone back down to like 11 or something. Still, Jurak Meteor, I'm pretty sure that card was like, yeah, it was 30 cents a month ago. 30 freaking cents. And it's all because the Jurak fight back. Jurak support, apparently. Wasn't there someone who's been asking for Jurak support for forever? I feel like someone was asking. Let's see if it's warranted. I haven't read these cards yet. We've got Jurak Megalo. Yeah, after the Jurak support, it's Paleo support time. Anyways. Jurak Megalo. Level 1 Fire Dinosaur Tuner. Oh, so Misk can just tutor this. You can only use the first, second, and third effect once per turn each. If you control a dinosaur, you can special summon this card from your hand. During your main phase, you can discard 2 cards, including a Jurak card, then draw 2 cards. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can send a Jurak monster from your deck or extra deck to the graveyard, except Jurak Megalo. Oh yeah, this can you can now play this with Dia Bellstar, I guess. I don't know if this is insane. I feel like it's just okay. It's got 3 good effects. I guess 3 effects that are just okay without being too crazy. Discard 2, draw 2 is fine. If you control a dino, you can special it from your hand is also a fine effect. And if it's destroyed by battle or card effect, sending a Jurak from deck to grave, I don't know what you can do with that. That's crazy. Is there like a really good target for this that you can foolish? I'm not aware of all the Jurak effects, unfortunately. I know Jurak Aeolo and I know Jurak Guaiba. Do not look at its level. Yeah, I'm aware. Jurak Stego. Level 4 Fire. 1700 attack. You can only use the first effect once per turn. During your main phase, destroy a card you control, and if you do, send a dinosaur monster from your deck to the grave. Then you can special summon any number of Jurak monsters from your hand and or deck whose total level equal the sent monster's level. So, if I foolish a level 10 or like 12 dinosaur, I can just summon a combined level of 12 from my deck. Ignoring their summoning conditions even. Who okayed that? Who okayed this card? Who in their right mind thought this was a good idea? What? This can even pop itself. This is a 1-card combo. Bro, okay. Nah. I mean, you're locked into dinosaurs. You're locked into dinosaurs. So what are the options? What can you end on when you're locked into dinosaurs? Because you can't make Lagia, you can't make Dolka. You can obviously still summon... You can obviously still summon Tyranno. The next couple of cards? Oh, God. Please, thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Lars? Is Lars a dinosaur? Evolzar Lars. I thought Lars was a dragon as well. No, it's also a dragon. All the Evolzars are dragons. Like Lagia and Dolka. They're all dragons. Okay, I mean this okay. Jurak Astero. Level 10 fire dinosaur. 1 tuner plus a non-tuner dinosaur. If this card is synchro summoned, you can set a Jurak spell trap from your deck or graveyard. Once per turn, if your opponent would special summon a monster, quick effect, you can banish 2 dinosaurs from your grave, negate the summon if you do destroy a monster. During your opponent's turn, quick effect, you can banish 2 Jiracs from your graveyard, including this card, special summon a Jirac Meteor from your extra deck. This is treated as a synchro summon. Oh, this is why the Meteor is being bought out. And this card says, when this card is synchro summoned, destroy all cards on the field, then you can special summon a tuner monster from your graveyard. Okay. This card is pretty good. So it's soft once per turn. So if you summon 2 of this, you can use its effect to negate a summon twice. And you can also use the graveyard effect twice. And I don't know what kind of spell trap it sets, but this alone is already a good endboard piece that makes locking yourselves into dinosaurs kind of irrelevant. This is another thing that I've said this before, but locking yourself into something is not a justification to just do whatever you want with a card. Like, it's not okay. Like, how do I phrase this? As long as there are still enough powerful options to summon after you're locked, even like locking does not make the card fine, right? Only because you can't make, like, I don't know, Baron the Fleur, which is a banned card anyways, but whatever. If there is a dinosaur equivalent card, or like if there is a super oppressive end board, then it doesn't matter that you were locked into something, right? Like, it's one of the things that people were saying, like, oh, the plant deck is fine because it's like locked. It locked itself into plants. Like, it didn't matter because the end board is still impossible to interact with. So this, I don't know if this is powerful enough to make this deck broken, but this card is still pretty stupid. Jirac Volcano. You can only use the first, second, and third effect once per turn each. During your main phase, you can destroy a dinosaur you control, and if you do, special summon a Jirac monster from your deck. Okay, this thing is diagram on crack. If your opponent special summons a monster during the turn they activated monster effects 4 or more times, you can special summon a Jirac Meteor from your extra deck. If a Jirac monster you control will be destroyed by card effect, you can banish a dinosaur from your graveyard instead. Hello? That's pretty good. Bro, how is this only 4 cards? It's only 4 cards, but it feels completely custom. It's legit, like, if anyone had asked me, like, do you think you can make Jirac good by giving them 2 new monsters, a field spell, and a synchro, I would have probably been like, probably not. But these are freaking custom cards. This is what happens if you print 4 good cards instead of 4 Tristina traps. They should have given Jiracs a fusion, am I right? This should have been a fusion spell, this should have been a bad fusion monster, and this should have been like a, when I'm normal summoned, I searched the fusion spell. That would have fixed Jirac. Unironically, the only thing that is stopping me from being upset at these is the fact that this does lock yourself into dinosaurs. And at this point, you're going to be ending on Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, which is a good card to end on, right? It's like a Book of Eclipse on legs. That's powerful. And you can end on 1 or 2 copies of this, maybe set up 1 or 2 of these in the graveyard, which is also, that's a board wipe. But it's like, probably fine. And I say probably, because I don't know for sure. But it's probably fine. Plus Trap, plus Dolkalagia. Dolkalagia are not dinosaurs. When does that get into your head, chat? They are not dinosaurs. You'd have to be able to make a Dolkalagia first before locking yourself into dinos. So, like, it's probably okay because playing around Jurak Meteor is probably possible for most good decks, right? Also, just to clear up, I don't know, I didn't see anyone in chat say it, but just in case anyone is confused about it, this card does not miss timing, even though it says when, because it is mandatory. Mandatory cards cannot miss timing. So the Jurak Meteor cannot miss timing, just in case anyone was thinking that, because it is not an optional effect. You can basically Meteor 3 times. Yeah, if you set it up the right way, if you end on the field spell plus 2 of this in the graveyard, you can Meteor 3 times if you want to be playing 3 Meteors in your extra deck. Not sure. Skrelp has a PowerPoint for the combo of this deck. If you have the link, I'm happy to look at it, but for now, it's also fine. You know what? I want to say one thing. This is the okay. I'll look at it in a second. There's one thing I like about this. It feels very fitting for the Jurak archetype. You know, the whole like dinosaur OGs. The fact that they are now completely revolving around just dropping meteors on the board. I find that it's cool flavor. I like that. I feel like it's pretty well done. I feel like that's funny. I don't know. I like that. All right, what do we have here? Cool Dino combo. It's only Jurak cards, so popping the baby's still better. All right. Normal Stego. Pop itself. Sent Meteorus. Summon Titano plus 3 Megalo. Synchro Astero. Effect to set impact. Jurak impact. What is Jurak impact? Jurak impact. If you control a dinosaur type monster with 2,500 or more attack, destroy all cards on the field. Okay, that's a pretty good card to end on. Jurak impact. Oh wait, pass turn. Wait, that's it? Pass turn? Astero effect to negate a summon. Activate impact. Okay, nice. Nice visuals. Appreciate that. Nice. Very well done. Megalo effect. Sent second Astero. Send from extract to grave. Okay. Astero effect to summon Meteor. Revive Megalo, because it revives a tuner. Okay. Astero effect, summon another Meteor. Meteor effect, bring back Megalo. Cool Jurak combo. You can also set Volcano instead of Impact for the same end board of 3 board wipes and a summon negate. It plays around different stuff. Field gives destruction protection, whereas Impact doesn't require opponent to activate 4 effects before a board wipe. Field you already would play because it pops the baby, but Impact is a trap, so it's better into other stuff. If you don't have Misk, Even though good Dino players always have it, you can only summon one Megalo and dump Ulti Conductor instead of Meteorus to end on 2 board wipes instead. Bonus combo included. I'm afraid of the bonus combo. Going second on opponent's turn 1. Meteorus effect. Okay. Meteorus effect to pop Megalo and Baby Sarah. This is a 3-card combo going second. Okay. Meteorus send Misk, Megalo send Estero, and the baby summon Petite. Estero effect in the graveyard. Meteor effect. Wait, where's the visual? There's no visual in this. I'm disappointed, Scrub. Petite effect summon Pankratops. That's it. Okay. So if you draw your level 12 semi-brick, I guess, alongside Baby and Megalo, you can pop both in hand to trigger their effects to board wipe the opponent going second. Oh, there it is. Okay, nice. It's been... Did you just put that in? That wasn't here before. Wonderful. Okay, cool. All right. These cards are good. These cards are good. I think from my first impression, it doesn't feel problematic. It doesn't feel problematic. I feel like it's solid without being insane. And I really like the flavor of the meteor being involved more. I think that's cool. Unseal the gates to the fabled ones more. Okay, so these are the last ones we have to look at before we can hop into some current format analysis. Fabled support, which I want to say before we read these, I think fabled cards have a lot of potential in general. There's a lot of fabled cards that are terrible, but there's also quite a few fabled cards that are quite good. You know, cards like Fabled Cerberell, Fabled Ragin, they have their own, like their Rhoda, the Fabled Grimro or whatever. Like there's a bunch of fabled cards that have potential. There's archetypes where I feel like it's very hard to give them modern support, and then there's archetypes that I could easily see being meta at some point with the right support and the right setting. Fabled, I think, is part of the second category. So I have decent hope for Fabled support to be good. All right, we've got Fabled Beheel Moth, level 2 light beast tuner effect monster. 1000 attack, 600 defense. 600 defense makes this another Cupid pitch target, which if you've ever messed around with Fabled, that deck can use Cupid pitch pretty well. Like I've been messing around with Fabled Runic in the past, shocker, I know. And there it was always a matter of you want to pitch Cerberell for Hugin and then make a Cupid pitch and then see where you can go from there. This is, if it's a good card, this would be a pretty good addition. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is in your hand, you can discard 2 or more Fabled monsters, including this card, and if you do, special summon a Fabled Synchro monster from your extra deck whose level equals the discarded monster's total original levels. This is treated as a Synchro summon. If a card is sent from your hand to the graveyard while this card is in your graveyard, you can banish this card, special summon a Fabled monster from your hand. Okay. I had higher hopes, I think. I had higher hopes when I saw the 600 defense, because I was hoping for a good Cupid pitch target. To me, it feels like it's a little... it feels a little too focused on having multiple Fabled cards in hand, right? Because in order to use its first effect, I need at least one other Fabled monster. And then in order to use its second effect, I need another Fabled monster in hand. So it's like I need to play a lot of Fabled cards to use this card. But it's not bad, right? It's like you discard this and another Fabled level 2, you can make Fabled Unicorn. You discard this and another Fabled level 3, you can make Fabled Ragin. I forgot, they have a level 6 Synchro as well, but I don't remember exactly if it was good or not. The cool thing about this is that you can pair 2 tuners together to make a synchro. Like that could be, I could see that being an issue sometimes, right? Let's say you have like multiple tuners in your hand, but no non-tuners or something. You can just like use this to make a synchro. Ooh, there's a new level 4. Okay. Fabled Gamijin. Level 4 light synchro tuner. Light Fiend. Oh, all of this is Light Fiend, probably. Yeah. No, this is Beast, but this is Light Fiend. Okay. Yeah, some Fables are Light Fiend. Materials. A Fable tuner and a non-tuner. You can only use the first and third effect once per turn. If this card is synchro summoned, you can special summon a Fabled monster from your hand or deck. Okay. Your opponent cannot target other Fables you control with card effects. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can draw cards equal to the number of Fabled synchro monsters you control, then discard 1 card. That's nice. I think that's nice. That's pretty good. All right. The runic brain is working. I mean, you can, yeah. Yeah, Hugin plus Cerberell got a lot better now. Today I learned about Fiendsmith Fabled Runic. Look, it's gonna be a while until we get those cards, so we'll see. We've got a Fabled Swarm Liverzebul. The hell is a Fabled Swarm? Level 10 Light Fiend Synchro Effect monster. 1 tuner plus a non-tuner, generic. Okay, level 10 generic. You can only use the second effect once per turn. Once per turn during the main phase, you contribute any number of Fabled monsters, and if you do, take control of that many face-up monsters your opponent controls, but their effects are negated. If this card's in your grave, you can target another Fabled card in your grave, return this card to the extra deck, and if you do, add that target to your hand. Ooh, I like this card. I like this card because it's very simple. It's an endboard piece that is not an Omni-Negate, but it's a pretty cool interaction, right? Because honestly, this card can be used in any deck because it's a generic level 10 and you contribute itself. Because it is a Fabled. So you can just go, okay, I make this level 10, I tribute, I take, and I negate. It's like a Widow Anchor on a level 10 monster. And it's not even, you don't even have to give it back. You don't even have to give it back because it's not until the end of the turn. So it's a level 10 monster that's basically, and actually it's funny because but the effects are negated is actually a bonus. It's not a negative. Because if your opponent normal summons a monster like Snake Eye Ash and uses the effect, you can tribute this card, take the Snake Eye Ash, and it's also negated. Right? It's also negated, and you stole it, which is pretty nice. It's honestly not the worst generic endboard piece. Now that Baron is banned, I could see people play this without it being too powerful. Or not, you know, this is not too powerful. This is fine. This is okay. This is not too strong on a level 10 in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, right? This is what I want endboard interactions to be like. I don't want it to be like, yeah, I'll just Baron negate and stuff like that. But the cool thing is it gets better if you're playing a Fable deck, because then you contribute other monsters to take more monsters. You contribute other Fables to play around, like Cult by the Grave, for example. And also, you get a great effect for recursion, right? Like, you summon this, you pass turn, you use it, take control of your opponent's stuff, and then you can bounce it back to the extra deck. Get follow-up back into the hand. Yada, yada. I love the design on this card. More cards like that. And then we've got Fabled Realm Resurrection. Oh, the artwork on this card is nice. Continuous spell card. You can only activate 1 card with this card's name per turn. When this card resolves, you can set a Fabled spell trap from your deck, except Fabled Realm Resurrection. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects when your Fabled monster is synchro summoned. Ooh. Once per turn, you can discard a Fabled card, then activate one of these effects. Draw a card or special summon a Fabled from your grave or banishment. Ooh, this card is cool. This card is good. The I think this every old school Fabled player will love this secondary effect because it means that they cannot interrupt your Fabled Raging. I don't know if Fabled Raging is something that people are going to be really building around in modern Yu-Gi-Oh because it's too random. You have to empty your hand and then you're getting 2 random draws to keep going. It's not very reliable. I think the nicest effect on this is the third one because it's just a very, very easy discard outlet. You know, Fabled is a deck very similar and comparable to Dark World in that sense, that you need to like combine cards that discard and cards that want to be discarded. This is a very easy way to discard your Fables in hand to have more effects that discard. If you don't need an extra draw, you can also use it as a extender. My only question is, since this is the last card, what kind of Fabled spell trap do you set with this? Because I'm not super familiar with Fabled spell traps. I know they have a field spell, but that one I think was not very good. Right? The Fabled field spell, there's only 2 others. Okay, hold up. Let me go to the database. Fabled. Yeah, they got lots of monsters. Some of them good, some of them terrible. There's Fabled Treason. Target a Fabled monster in your grave and a face-up card on the field. Discard 1 card, and if you do, special summon that monster. And if you do that, destroy that card on the field. Yeah. Stairway to the Fabled Realm. When this card is activated, you can send a Fabled monster from your deck to the graveyard. Well, that's not terrible. Okay, you get like a searchable Foolish. It's not the end of the world. You can target a Fabled monster in your graveyard, discard 2 cards, and if you do, add that monster to your hand. You can only use this effect once per turn. If your Fabled monster attacks, blah, 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 small bonus. Okay. Yeah, the second effect is not ideal because, like, adding 1 back at the cost of discarding 2 cards can be okay, but is also a pretty hefty cost. But you're playing a Fabled deck, right? So whatever you're discarding is probably okay. I think it depends a lot on whether there's some good Fables with graveyard effects. What's a good Fabled with a graveyard effect? I know there's Fabled Abank. Fabled Abank is just another card that you can send to the graveyard that has a discard effect, right? Sulkius? I mean, Sulkius is not great, right? Lurie? I mean, none of I think most of the cards that you guys are mentioning don't have... Those are not graveyard effects when sent from deck to the graveyard. They only work when discarded. Fabled Cruise? What is Fabled Cruise again? No, if this card is discarded to the graveyard. That's not how it works. You can send a Fabled from your deck to the graveyard. You need something that has an actual graveyard effect, not just if this card is discarded. Like Lurie doesn't work, right? Kushano does work. If this card is in your grave, you can discard a Fabled, add this to your hand, which isn't a good effect. But it kind of works. And Abank, I think Abank is similar. Where's Abank? Abank was on page 3. If this card is in your graveyard, you can discard a Fabled, and if you do, special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. And it's a level 2 tuner. This is probably the best one. This is probably the best one. You just, like, send it to the graveyard and then discard a Fable to revive it. That's not bad. So, yeah. Here's the thing about Fabled. Fabled is a combo deck that I would like in this year. I mean, it's probably going to come out in 2025 for us, right? Or late 2024. I would love for this deck to be good because it's this kind of like freestyle combo deck that tries to piece together multiple card combos to do something. I don't think, at least to my knowledge, there's no like crazy 1 card combo with these sort of things. It's just a whole lot of, you know, we're gonna like look at the hand and see what it can do and draw a couple cards along the way, maybe, and see what happens. I would love for something like that to be good. In the current state that Yu-Gi-Oh is, it's probably a little too inconsistent and unreliable as to what it's gonna do. But it looks fun to me. I've always been a fan of Fabled. I liked Fabled back when it came out, like when it was like Ragin Turbo and stuff like that. I've been a fan of Fabled. But yeah. We'll see. I like it though. I like it. Feels very, this support feels very in line with the identity of the Fable deck, right? Like it's very much fitting for Fable to receive these kind of cards, and I'm especially a huge fan of the level 10 card, which no matter if this deck ends up being good or not, I think the level 10 is something that is worth looking at in any sort of deck that can just generically make level 10s, because this can be a good endboard piece, but it can also be a solid, very solid synchro to make when you're playing into a board, right? Because it's over 3,000 attack and it's a non-target steal. So if you make it into your opponent's board when you go second, you can like threaten a huge attack, or you can threaten just taking non-target, taking one of their monsters. So the level 10 synchro, I'm a huge fan of. No matter what. No matter what happens to the Fabled archetype, the level 10 is really good. I like that. Okay. And I think that is the majority of cards that I wanted to take a look at. I'm sure they revealed more. I've been kind of absent for like longer. What else was there? What else was there? You forgot the Speedroids? Okay. Maybe I forgot the Speedroids. Maybe I ignored the Speedroids. Where are the Speedroids? Speedroids. This was Fabled. Jurax, Crystron, Argo Stars. Well, how far back do I have to go? Oh, make yourself feel alive with Speedroids. Okay. Speedroid Clackernel. Dude, I already hate him. I just looked at him. I already hate him. Wind Machine Pendulum. Scale 8. Pendulum effect. Oh, God. You can only use the pendulum effect of this card's name once per turn. You can banish a Speedroid card from your graveyard, place a Speedroid pendulum monster from your deck in your pendulum zone. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except wind monsters. Monster effect, you can only use the first and second monster effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card on the field is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can special summon a Speedroid Clackernel from your hand, deck, or graveyard, and if you do, it is treated as a tuner. If your clearing monster battles while this card is face up in your extra deck during damage calculation, you can banish this card, and if you do that, monster gains 700 attack. I didn't pay attention. Okay, so it's a 1-card scale. If you have a Speedroid card in the graveyard, that doesn't seem terrible, but it locks you into wind. But I don't remember Speedroids ever summoning something that wasn't wind, so I'm pretty sure the wind lock doesn't matter. This deck gets way worse without Baron. I could see that. You can only use the first and second if this card is destroyed by battle or card effect. This is weird to me. Does Speedroids have the means to destroy its own cards, really? Keep reading. I hate when you guys do that. Like, obviously, I'm gonna read the rest of the cards. Speedroid Wing Synchron. Wind Machine Pendulum Tuner. Pendulum Scale 4, Pendulum Effect. Once per turn, you can destroy both this card and a level 2 Wind Pendulum monster card in your Pendulum Zone. And if you do, special summon a Clear Wing Synchro Dragon from your extra deck. Also, for the rest of this turn, cards in your Pendulum Zone, okay. So this is a scale 4 that you can place with this, and then you can summon out a Clear Wing. And then this gets you another Speedroid Clackernel. If this card is added to the extra deck face up and there are two or more different monster types among the wind synchros you control, you can send a Speedroid spell trap from your deck to the graveyard. Crystal Clear Wing over Synchro Dragon. Level 12, must be synchro summoned, needs a Clear Wing Synchro Dragon, 2 tuners or 1 tuner synchro monster. Once per turn, when another card or effect is activated, you can negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card, and if it was a monster, this card gains attack equal to that monster's original attack until the end of this turn. If this face-up synchro summon cards leaves the field by your opponent, you can special summon the Clear Wing monster from your extra deck. Okay. So this is another Omni Negate you can summon off of Crimson Dragon. The problem is, I don't think this is better than Blazar. I really don't think so. I really like the fact that Blazar just gets banished. And then your opponent, it's way harder for your opponent to interact with it. And the second part, if this face-up card leaves the field by your opponent, is just something that most decks can play around. If that's really a problem. High Speedroid Glider 2. Level 5 needs a Wind Machine Tuner and a non-tuner monster. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn each. If this card is synchro summoned, you can target a non-tuner level 7 or lower wind synchro in your grave, special summon it. A non-tuner level 7 or lower wind synchro. If your opponent special summons a monster and you control a Clear Wing monster, you can banish this card from your grave, increase the level of all face-up monsters your opponent currently controls by 5. So this can climb into this super easily, right? Because it's a level 5 that just revives your level 7 Clear Wing, which then you have level 5 tuner plus level 7. So this thing just makes this thing. And then you can, like, this is a really good graveyard effect against some decks. Right? Against some, not all. Like, if your opponent is playing a Link deck, it doesn't matter, or a Fusion deck, but if your opponent is playing a freaking Xyz or Synchro deck, you can really mess them up. The 12 needs 2+ tuners, or a tuner Synchro monster. See, I read it this time, and you didn't. Speedroid Clear Wing Wander. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Target cards your opponent controls up to the number of different monster types among the wind synchro monsters you control, destroy them. If your opponent special summons a monster, you can banish this card from your grave, then target a wind synchro monster you control, banish it, then return to the field. Ooh. I'm assuming this one is soft once per turn? Yup. Ah, okay, so you can reset your negate. You can reset your negate with the trap card. So it's kind of like a Speedroid Blackout, Icarus attack, whatever you want to call it. You don't have to destroy your own cards to do that, but like you can, it's like a solid trap effect, plus you can reset your Omni negate. Honestly, this support, I don't think any of this is crazy or super insanely powerful. But I'm going to be honest with you, I don't feel like Speedroids needed insane support. I feel like Speedroids, even though I make fun of it because I don't love the archetype, but I feel like Speedroids were already like solid cards, right? So when an archetype is already kind of solid, it doesn't need crazy support. It just needs like a little bit extra, right? And like maybe this is that little bit extra support that Speedroid needed, right? Speedroid was kind of grindy also. Dude, that's my least favorite part about playing against Speedroid and not knowing all the cards, is that everything has graveyard effects for follow-up. And I've been like, I've been in this situation way too often where I'm like trying to clear their board, trying to set up a board for next turn, and I'm like, what has a graveyard effect? And the answer is just yes. That like everything is like, banish this from the graveyard and then summon like freaking your uncle from the extra deck, or I don't know, man. Like they all got follow-up effects. So like, if this is what it took to make the deck have a strong turn one alongside an already existing grind game, then this is not bad, right? Huh. Okay. Is there anything else I missed? There is a new Megistus card that reads good. How far do I have to go back, dude? How much did I miss? Where's the new Megistus card? Page 2? Which of these? This one? Ah, okay. Bro, what kind of image is this? Okay. Spoon. The Seal of Megistus. Light spellcaster level 4. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can discard this card, then activate one of these effects. Add a Megistus monster from your deck to your hand except Spoon. The attack of a face-up monster your opponent controls becomes halved until the end of this turn. You can banish this card from your graveyard, then target a face-up monster you control. Equip a Megistus monster from your extra deck or graveyard to it. I mean, yeah, obviously, this card is great. Obviously, this card is great because it's just a Rhoda for Megistus with a bonus effect. Like, how would that card ever not be good? The question is, does this card make Megistus good enough? The answer, probably no. Probably no, but it's still pretty good. It's a good card, but it probably does not make the deck good enough. All right. Are we finally done with all the cards I missed because of Master Duel Worlds? Are we fine? Can we finally move on? Dude, I've been live for 2 hours. Okay. All right. So we have about 2 hours now. We have 2 hours now until we do the podcast. And my goal for today, this is something where we're going to go through the process of learning about the current Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG format together, because I haven't had much of a look at the format for YCS Lil yet. I haven't even tested much. My current plan, and I'm happy to be open about it. My current plan is try some stuff, and if everything fails, I will just run White Forest Runic again, because it's the deck that I've played last format. It's the deck that I'm most familiar with. And if I don't find anything else, then I'm happy to just run it again, because I think it did benefit from the list. I think it's a good deck. I think my only concern with it is that I feel like Yubel is probably the best deck in the format, and I think going second against Yubel is tough. But maybe there's a solution for it. Maybe the Yubel deck. We're gonna have to take a. I think one of the keys for the upcoming format is dealing with Yubel, because from what we're about to look at, Yubel does feel like it is the best deck in the format, most likely. But yeah, so what we're gonna do in order to make ourselves familiar with what the format is gonna be for YCS Lil, and maybe also take a moment to reevaluate the Forbidden and Limited list for now, pre Rage of the Abyss, right? And think about whether we are happy with the things that it did. Is we're gonna take a look at some data from regionals all across the world, or the TCG world, and and see what's going on, what people are using, what kind of like trends there are people using, like what kind of decks are people playing, what kind of hand traps are people playing, what kind of are people maybe even playing board breakers, all that kind of thing. Stuff is stuff that you need to know before you start preparing for an event, or it is part of preparing for an event. So what we're doing is we're taking a look at a spreadsheet, and I have updated the command in the chat. If you guys want to take a look yourself at some of these lists, some of these stats, exclamation mark spreadsheet. Shout out to Super Peludo, who's been keeping up with the TCG results and collecting these in this sort of thing. So here is the stuff that we have, and it goes weekly, right? Every week we have new data, new regionals happening. And first things first, let us take a look at the overall data collected for this week, which has a bunch of regionals over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 regionals, it seems like, have been compiled. Not every single deck is available, I assume. Actually, most of it. Pretty much most of it. Yeah, okay. And this is what we have. This is what we're working with in terms of the format for YCS Lil. We have the most represented deck in top cuts, being Yubel at 26.3%, which is honestly pretty dominant. That's more than twice as many Yubels than the second place, which is Tenpai. Which, to an extent, not surprising that Yubel is the most represented deck. And this is also why probably tomorrow or on Thursday, we're going to have a session where we look at the Yubel deck in depth, right? We look at the deck to beat in this format. What kind of hand traps are good against it? Can you maybe break the board with board breakers? How does this deck fare against certain decks? How does it even play the combo? What are the choke points? You know, what do you need to prevent? All those kind of things are things that we're going to look at some point throughout the week, because that's, I think, the most important thing in the format is how to beat Yubel. Because it is the most represented and most successful deck. So, yeah. Anyways, we've got Yubel in the most represented top cut spot. We've got Tenpai as a close second. Not close, but Tenpai in second, which is... I'm not sure if I expected that. Honestly, I felt like there was two things that were not optimal for Tenpai. Number one, obviously going down to one field spell was weird. Number two, the Yubel matchup feels... It doesn't feel ideal for the deck, but maybe it's because Tenpai still plays a lot of hand traps and just tries to stop Yubel, not have to deal with the annoying cards. Tenpai is on board wipes. Oh, see, that's another thing that I thought was an interesting trend. But is it really... Does that make sense, you think? Does it make sense from a Tenpai player's perspective? I'm going into a format where I'm playing against Yubel, which... The standard Yubel endboard surely has Varudras plus Desiree, right? Or is that hard to set up? I have to look into Yubel combos at some point to know what to expect from the endboard. But I'm pretty sure the standard should be Varudras plus Desiree. 2-card combo, yeah. And since if you're on breakers, you're not on hand traps. So in order to wipe that board, you need at least 3 breakers, right? You need at least 3 breakers because the first Raigeki gets negated by Varudras or Desiree, and the second Raigeki gets negated by the other one. You still play Shifter and Chummy? I mean, yeah, you probably still do that. How good is... I'm trying to think how good Molcharmy is against Yubel. They normal summon... They Grave Squirmer. They second normal summon. If they have Nightmare Throne, they would like to summon the level 11 from hand. They Sharvara. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's pretty good. So if they go for the full combo, it would be 5. The only problem, the only problem when doing the you can't just do the calculation like that, because there could just be a line that just plays around Molcharmi, right? Because for example, instead of summoning the Sharvara, one thing you can do is you can just search Sharvara with Yama and then just discard it for the opening of the Spirit Gates, and then you still get your set. You still get the trap card. So like there's ways around it sometimes. But it depends, of course. It depends. But yeah, okay. So Tenpai seems to be successful. And then we've got Ritual Beast, which is honestly not surprising at all, because Ritual Beast was already a successful deck beforehand and didn't get hit at all. And honestly, Protoss is probably even better against Yubel than it is against Snake Eye, because Protoss, like, for example, if you Protoss Fire against Snake Eye and then you don't kill them the next turn, it's hard for you to go Protoss on Fire again. But Dark you can call as long as you want. You can call Dark infinite times, right? So Ritual Beast with Protoss is pretty good. And you'll notice something kind of annoying, which is that after Yubel, the next two decks in this chart are both shifter decks. So that seems to be the thing, you know. That seems to be the strat if you're not playing Yubel, which is honestly, Yubel is by far the most powerful combo deck at the moment. It's not even close. Snake Eyes, look, Fire King is here. Fire King is doing okay. But pure Snake Eye, for all the people that said this Banlist did not change anything, Snake Eyes is still the best deck. Look, I also would have liked Snake Eye to be hit harder, but that was mainly because of what's happening in Rage of the Abyss. For now, Snake Eye has been dealt with. Like, this Banlist before Rage of the Abyss, in terms of Snake Eye, was completely fine. But yeah, basically the thing that happened that I was afraid would happen, and I said multiple times before this Banlist would drop, is that Yubel would just become the new Snake Eye. And that is what happened, right? And because Yubel is not just like in terms of representation, because there's always a best deck, but like Yubel, at least in my head, it feels so similar to play against in Snake Eye. It's such a similar concept. It's just like one card combos, make a really powerful end board, and if you don't stop it with hand traps, then you're in a really tough spot. In some ways, the Yubel deck it feels even stronger than Snake Eye sometimes in terms of its just sheer end board, because its end board has like Omni negates and stuff, which at least the Snake Eye deck didn't have that until Desiree, I guess. But the Yubel deck also has Desiree. But yeah, I think Yubel is still stronger than Snake Eye even after Rage of the Abyss. That is something that remains to be seen. It's possible that you're correct, but for like the Snake Eye deck becomes more viable after Rage of the Abyss for sure, right? Anyways, Yubel has overtaken Snake Eye's position from last format. Yubel is now the deck to beat. Yubel is now the deck that you're like playing hand trap mini games against, and so on and so forth. We're going to take a look at an example Yubel deck in a moment, because that is the deck to beat. After that, we have Fire King Snake Eye, which in my opinion is a good deck. I think Fire King Snake Eye is honestly also, I personally find Fire King Snake Eye a lot more fun than pure Snake Eye, even though it still has the Snake Eye combos and all that kind of stuff, and some of the interactions are quite similar than what pure Snake Eye had. But like, the Fire King cards are always fun to me. Like, whenever you're like getting hand trapped and playing like a Fire King grind game, I find those enjoyable. But the Fire King deck is pretty good. The problem with the Fire King deck is that it sacrifices non-engine slots for the Fire King engine. And that makes it weaker going second into something like Yubel. Because you're not breaking a Yubel board with the Fire King engine. So, yeah. Then we've got Memento, which is going solid, honestly, for Mementos. Memento is solid. We've got the same representation as Fire King Snake Eye, actually, and just slightly behind Ritual Beast. Like, Memento is a good deck. It's just a matter of, hey, one card combo, hand traps, Fiendsmith, sounds familiar. Why are you not playing Yubel kind of moment? Right? It's a good deck, though. It's a good deck that you can do well with for sure if you want to. And maybe we can even check out one of the lists and see what's going on with Memento. Paleo unironically good in this format? See, I don't agree, unfortunately. For the following reason, I think Paleo can be built to beat Yubel in Master Duel. I don't think you can build Paleo to beat Yubel in the TCG, because if they start with Varudras and Desiree, you're lost. You cannot set 5 into Varudras plus Desiree. It's not possible. I think most Memento don't play Fiendsmith anymore, as it's not really engine anymore from what I've seen. Oh, really? Okay. I don't know Memento good enough to judge that, but I've heard. I think I've heard that before. I think people said it under my. We did a tier list video a couple weeks ago, right after the list dropped, and I rated Memento relatively highly, and people were in the comments saying like Memento actually suffers from the Lacrima ban. Which might be true, honestly. The maybe I underestimated the power of Lacrima and Beatrice for the Memento deck. It's possible. Because what was it? What was Memento doing with Fiendsmith? Was it Lacrima into Beatrice into Send Bone Party to get access to the engine? Maybe it's more important than what I thought. Because Aerial Eater cannot send Oh, the fusion spell, not the bone party, right? The fusion spell was the one with the graveyard effect. Anyways, Memento is still up here. And then we've got White Forest. I wonder if that's all White Forest Runic or all White Forest Soul Toy cards, like whatever. But like White Forest is solid. It's a solid archetype. And then we've got basically everything. I mean, maybe even including White Forest is like the rogue decks that can perform this format, including like Kashtira, just another shifter deck. You've got Snake Eyes, which honestly, I think Snake Eyes has been demoted to a rogue deck for now. Or like, rogue is maybe the wrong word, but like tier 2, tier 3-ish. Yeah. We've got some Stun, obviously. We've got some Voiceless. We've got some Chimera. We've got some Lab. We've got some Sprite, some Vanquish Soul, Lightsworn, Pendulum, Sky Striker. All right. All kinds of things here. Yeah. And then we've got the first places, 30% Ritual Beast, actually. Ritual Beast seems to be a deck that can go all the way. Tenpai, Yubel, Fire King, Snake Eye, White Forest. All right. Yeah, okay. So let us take a look at some of these results and see if we have deck profiles for some of these, just to understand what we're going up against. And I think I wanted to take a look at Yubel first. So we have, do we have a winning Yubel deck somewhere? This one doesn't have a profile. This one doesn't have a profile. What's the best performing Yubel deck we have? We have this one. Second place, Fiendsmith Yubel deck. All right. Check it out. Uncle Mince, thank you so much for the 5 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Thank you for your Prime.
Hello, everybody. My name is Cosline239. Welcome back to another video. I'm here at the Albuquerque Regional, and I just got second place at the Albuquerque Regional. I just played Fiendsmith as Yubel, which I got first place with in Lubbock like a month ago. The list hasn't changed that much, but I still want to make a deck profile because there is a little bit of a niche interaction with certain cards now that the deck, now that Lacrimosa is banned and stuff like that. But before I go into it, I'm going to give a quick shout out, obviously, to the person holding the camera for actually holding the camera. And he also got 8th place, so let's go Christopher Brandenberry. Shout out to the entire 505 community that did show up today, even though they're no longer here, but they did show up. Thank you so much for them to show up. And then Jefferson Delaney, who couldn't make the tournament, but again, huge shout out went to like testing decks and theorying and stuff like that. And he even gets a big shout out when it comes to the side deck. But I'll get to that in just 1 second. So let's get into the deck, shall we?
All right.
We are playing 3 Beckoning Beasts. I hate this card. This card sucks. I want to cut this to 2. This helped contribute to bricks. This was fine. This was always one of those things going second. I would side just into 2. Because again, if this does get hit, a lot of your plays just stop. So I want to make sure that I can play the game. And so imperm on this does hurt a lot. So
this is another thing, by the way, that kind of annoys me. You guys know I prefer board breaker approaches over hand trap approaches, but the Yubel deck just feels, it's so tempting to trying to like hand trap this deck, right? It's so tempting to just like play imperms and veilers to hit the Beckoning Beast and stuff like that, right? Like it feels like I would be, if I'm not playing hand traps for YCS Lil, it feels like I'm just putting a lot of extra work and effort in to deal with these decks instead of just like, yeah, I'm gonna just imperm that Beckoning Beast and all of that kind of stuff, right? But yeah, that's just a Yubel issue, I guess. That Yubel is really, I mean, besides Snake Eye, which is not the best deck in the format anymore, like out of the literal top tier decks, I think Yubel is the only deck I feel that way about. The other decks I don't really think I need hand traps against, but Yubel is the one that I really feel like I wanna stop with hand traps and not worry about their end board.
there are ways to keep playing, but it's perfectly fine. Just 3 is still probably.
How many people are there at YCS Lil? I don't know. It's sold out. I don't know how much the venue allows for. I'm guessing like around 2,000 as usual.
Good, but like I want to cut it down to 2 now. 3 Samsara. Obviously, you still have to play this card because this gets you to everywhere. This card is also a negate that people do sometimes forget. Remember, this card is a negate. We're also playing 3 Gravestormer as well, just because this is an extension play. Has the graveyard effect, is also just very insane. It can destroy you Bell on field, which does matter sometimes as well. Very good card. Would not cut this to 2 or 1, or like what some lists are only playing like 2 or stuff like this. This card's fucking insane. You want to play this card for sure. For the Yubel package, we're playing 2.
Is 3 Squirmer surprising to anyone else? Because I'm just looking at this. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is the first like TCG Yubel profile I'm looking at since a while. I've been so into Master Duel Yubel that like, and for us it's standard 1 or 2 Squirmer in Master Duel. I feel like 2 would be the number to expect. Usually a 1 of maybe 2. Okay, interesting. Maybe it's really because they felt like really annoyed by getting impermed too much. I could see it.
Spirits, 1 Yubel, and 1 Terror Incarnate. Again,
this
is the
standard.
perfect ratio. Again, maybe you want to cut this to 1, but the 2 does come up. You do want to see this, but these are fine. You're obviously only playing this just because Throne can get to it, but after that, you don't want to play anymore just because you don't want to brick on the Yubels. We're playing the 3 Engraver and the 1 Fable Lori. Again, these are perfectly fine. The Lacrima hit did do, it was okay of a hit, but the fact that we have the Necroquip and the Ariel Eater makes it where this is still very much worth playing, especially since they're fiends. You can also get to the Yama play, which is perfectly fine as well. So would not cut this whatsoever. They were really, really good today. And then last card we're playing is obviously the 1 of Shavara, because we're playing the Unchained package. This card does so much by itself. It can OTK. It helps you going first. Perfect. Really, really good. Now on to the actual going second cards we're playing. I'm playing a couple, actually. I'm playing a little bit more than I did in the Lubbock list. I'm playing 3 Nibiru the Primal Being, 2 Effective Veiler, 2 Phantasme, 1 Baldrake, 1 Magna, 1 Druis, 2 Talents, and 3 Infinite Impermanence. I think.
Okay, we've got like a hybrid here of some board breakers. I mean, 2 Talents basically, some Phantasmes. Okay. This is another thing that or a suspicion that I had that I wanted to confirm today by looking at some lists, but I felt like one difference between Yubel and Snake Eye from last format is that Yubel is significantly worse going second because it has less room for non-engine. Maybe it's just because this person decided to fit very little. But I felt like Yubel in general has less room for non-engine. I feel like we are, even though Yubel tries to play a similar game, like play style, like it aims for a similar game play as Snake Eye, like just like hand trap the opponent, one card combo and so on and so forth. But like the room for non-engine, it doesn't feel like you can just slam 20 into the deck, right? This is still 15, right? Which 15 is a lot of hand traps potentially if those talents were also hand traps, but it is still a significant difference between like 20, which is what Snake Eye had usually, right? So it's, in a lot of aspects, it's like a worse version of last format's Fiendsmith Snake Eye, which is still very powerful, but it is also, like I said, worse. Like it's a worse version of last format's best deck in a lot of ways. Because it also has, I feel like, less this deck has less starters, right? Like it's like Samsara Lotus, Nightmare Throne, Terraforming, and then you've got Beckoning Beast and Gates and Fiendsmith.
I increased the hand trap count by like
1
2
for
or
1,
3.
yeah.
I actually loved this all day. Phantasme was so good today. Really, really loved it. This was like a side deck card in Lubbock, but this was really, really good today. Effect Veiler, I fucking hated. Sided this card out every single game. I fucking hate this card. If I would put another card in here, I'd either
Bro,
put like the third
what did Effect Veiler do to you?
Or even like a Ghost Mourner actually does go really well. The only problem with Ghost Mourner is it's not really good against like the Yubel mirror match. But I hated this card, always sided it out. Fuck this card. But Bestials are also really good this format. You need to play this.
Leave my boy Effect Veiler alone.
Dark, so you actually get the second effect pretty well. And then obviously Nib and Imperm are self-explanatory. Board Breaker and then Imperm is, I think, the best hand trap in the format. So have to play the Imperm for sure. Alrighty, now on to the spell traps. We are playing 3 Nightmare Throne. Of course, we're playing the Terraforming as well. I always draw Terraforming with Throne, but it's fine. You probably still have to play at this ratio. You do want to see this card. This card does everything for your deck. It's an extender. It's a
Imperm good, Veiler horrible. Look, it, as much as I feel like it's an overreaction to how like Veiler is fine, but Imperm is a lot better in a lot of ways, right? Imperm can't be Cold Bite, Imperm can't be Talanced, Imperm can be your 6th card off the top and you can use it. Imperm can't be negated by Phantom of Yubel. Imperm does work under Dimension Shifter. Like, there's like so many things about Imperm that make it better than Effect Veiler, right? Doesn't give your opponent a bestial target, it's just another thing. Like, Infinite Impermanence is a lot better than Effect Veiler, right? But you're always playing 3 Imperms. Honestly, most decks would play like more if they could. But yeah, Veiler is still a solid card. But it is true that Imperm is a lot better than Effect Veiler.
There's combo starter. Like, it does so much. You want to have this card in your hand for sure. And then for the 1-up spell,
here's a fun thought experiment, guys. What do you think is the number of Imperms that people would play at the moment if they could? Where do you stop? $12? 10? 10 Imperms? Okay, it's not 40. It's definitely not 40. I think the real answer is somewhere between 9 to 12 because it's not once per turn, right? But I guess one downside to Imperm is actually that you can't use multiple in the same chain, right? So like drawing 2 or 3 Imperms can still be annoying because like let's say your opponent like has crossout for Imperm, they're all gone. Like you get Omega destroyed. You get Omega destroyed. Imagine you have 3 Imperms, your opponent crossouts Imperm. You can't chain another one. Maybe it's like 9 or 6 or something. I don't know. It's a fun thought experiment. But Imperm is a really good card, long story short.
Traps, we're playing one track, a 1-for-1 opening, and then of course the Nightmare Pain. Again, this is for the Fiendsmith line. I was thinking of maybe playing 2 just so I have more extenders, but I think the 1 was perfectly fine. 1-for-1 was really, really good. I really do love this card just because it's another extender, so if your normal summon does get stopped, you can keep playing the game. Opening, it sucks that it went to 1, but this card is still very, very insane. You do want to play it. That's why we're playing the 3 Beckoning. And then, of course, the Nightmare Pain. It helps you OTK. It does so much. You do need to play. Thinking of playing this at 2 just because I do hate when it gets removed, especially since opening is at 1 now. So it's harder to get the
Is 1 Nightmare Pain standard? Yeah. I'll save that in my runic folder.
Nightmare
In my
Pain out
head.
of the graveyard, but
That information is saved in my
now.
Yeah.
And that's it for the spell traps. And then the last card in the deck is the Abom. Of course, I like putting the Soul Rage in the graveyard. I don't know how correct that is anymore just because everyone's on Bystials now, but this does dodge like certain things, so I do like playing it in the main deck for sure. So it was a 42 card.
So as you guys may or may not know, in Master Duel, 99% of Yubel players at high ranks play the other Unchained Trap. What is the specific reason this one is the one that people play in the TCG? Or like what would you say if you had to guess? If you had to guess, what would you say is the more common one in the TCG? Like what's the ratio? Like evenly is not as popular. Okay. Chamber is better because it lets you have rage through legit 4 hand traps. Okay, fair enough. I guess the in the TCG people have to also just in general be less worried about evenly, because I feel like that's the main reason in Master Duel that people are playing the other one, because against evenly, like the other trap is actually really good. In the TCG you have Desiree and Varudras, so you're not getting evenly, right? And so you can just like link off the rage, don't have to worry about it, or pop it and just set chamber and bring it back whenever you want to even play around. It plays around Dark Ruler to an extent, right? Like if rage is in the graveyard, you can't get Dark Ruler as efficiently because you haven't brought it back yet, right? Or Droplet. So yeah, okay.
And in the main deck for sure. So it was a 42 card main deck. Again, not that much of a change when it came from the Lubbock list. But now on to the extra deck. Starting off with the links, we're playing 1 Rec, 1 Fiendwood sequence, and then the Moon. Of course, this
Sag ignored. Okay, what did you? Called by the Grave is a lot more relevant in Master Duel as well. Yes, you're correct, Quantal. Good take. Good take. Not ignored.
Just so you can get to the Fiendsmith line. This does so much by itself. This is perfectly just self-explanatory. We're playing Desiree. This is a new addition to me. I was not playing Desiree beforehand, but I think now that Lacrimosa is banned, you do have to play the Desiree. And like against like a Tempai matchup, like you really want the Desiree instead, but it's not necessary to make, but I'm glad it's in the deck now. It's really, really good. But you have those open combos where they don't interrupt you. This card is where it becomes insane. Necroquip is also a new card for me. I was not playing this before the Lacrimo was hit. This card is very, very good. Loved it so much. I can see why people were playing it even with Lacrimo. But yeah, very, very good card. You do have to play now just so you can make your Fiendsmith a 1-card combo. And then, of course, the Ariel Eater. The whole reason why that Lacrima hit did nothing is because Ariel Eater is in the game. This card does everything for the deck. If you don't have your U-Bell, you dump the U-Bell. If you just need to play around like a Nibiru, you just make this, summon back the Engraver, summon a DDD, and you're perfectly fine. Next thing up, of course, is SP Little Knight, the best card in the extra deck. You do have to play SP Little Knight, unfortunately. It is getting reprinted now, so it's going to be a little bit cheaper. We're playing 1 Yama, 1 Soul Rage, 1 Anguish. I am still playing the Anguish just because this card is fucking insane. Helps you going second. Really do love it. And of course, we're playing the Axis code to pair.
I've seen some people side deck these two. I think I was scrolling through some lists earlier, and I've seen some people who value main decks, like extra deck space, for other options, and then like they side deck Anguish and maybe access code for going second. Well, yeah. Sag ignored as well. Guys, the chat is moving very quickly. I'm sorry if I don't see all of your messages. Please don't complain about being ignored. It's not on purpose.
With it, because this card helps you end games like OTK without using your yugioh stuff. So that's why that's very important for this. We're playing 2 Phantom. If I could play 3, I would play 3, but you cannot play 3 in this deck. The extra deck just a little bit too tight. If you had a 16th card in the extra deck, it would be the 3rd Phantom.
And now everyone is saying Sag. Why did I say that? I should have. You know what? I should have ignored it. I should have ignored it, but I didn't.
Obviously, this card is fucking broken. I don't know why they did not limit this card. This card is fucking insane. And then for the XYZs, we're playing 1 DDD High King Caesar and the Vrados. Again, this is pretty much standard for the list. Yubels gets you to this, and then everything else in the deck gets you into this. So like it's a really good. You do have to play these for sure. Now on to the side deck. This is where a lot of changes did happen for me. But the one thing that did not change is Mulchummy. It's Maxi. It's literally just Maxi. That's all I have to say about this card. It's Maxi. This card is fucking insane. Don't know why they printed it.
It's not Maxi, and it's fine that they printed it.
Okay. This is where shit gets weird. This is where the shout out to Jeff will come in here. We are playing 2 Metaltron and a Ghost Mourner in the side deck. So this was a 8 hours before the tournament started. Jeff went, hey, play this card. This card is insane against like a DDD. You target the DDD High King Caesar. It negates the High King Caesar. They can't respond with it. And then you summon a Desiree from your extra deck.
I heard about that. I heard about Metaltronus being insane if you play a Fiendsmith package yourself, because there's just so many random things that you can Metaltronus and get into your own Fiendsmith cards. Like what they just said, you can just go Metaltronus, target Wave King Caesar, summon your own Desiree, and turn it into Fiendsmith cards. Or is it which one is the other one? It's like Unchained Soul of Rage, which is 1800. So you can summon Engraver, which I think is also 18, right? Yeah.
And that just lets you go 1 card combo. So this is a negation plus a 1 card combo. So this card did everything. But the reason why I'm signing Mourner, like I was saying, I want to main deck this card now. The reason why I was signing Mourner is because this is your out to the Draco in Tempo. So if they go, Seals, summon Draco, you can go this, target the Draco, summon Mourner. Now you can still play your game. So that's why it's still
that's cool.
Here in the side deck. This card, honestly,
because Koakimaru Drago, when summoned off of Seals, has 0 attack. So Mourner being a wind 0 works with Metaltronus.
Came up so much today.
Droll also does
so
that.
much against the DDD. I didn't do it for the Draco. I only versed 1 Tempai, and he didn't summon Draco against me. But this against the Snake Eyes matchup is fucking wild. This card is so insane. I think you do need to play this card in your side deck. Really good. Again, shout out to you, Jeff. This was a huge tech card that came up for sure. And then for the rest of the side deck, we're playing 3 Forbidden Droplet because it's Forbidden Droplet. I was main decking this.
Forbidden Droplet because it's Forbidden Droplet.
Now that Apollosa is banned and like Snake Eyes kind of fell off, I don't think this is necessarily a main deck staple anymore. I still like it in the side deck. This card is insane. It does come in for sure when you know you're going second, or even like going first and you know a Phantasme is dead and stuff like that. And then 3 Cosmic Cyclone because I fucking hate Runic. Runic deserves to die, so I'm playing 3 of this. And also Lab is in the format, so you do want to play that. And then random floodgates like Power Filter and Skill Drain are in the format too, so you still need to play the Cosmics. And then last 3 cards is Dimensional Barrier. Again, this is more for the Tempai or even like a Ritual Beast as well. So this is why it's in the deck, because D-Barrier is insane against those rogue decks. So you do want to play the D-Barrier for sure. But yeah, that is it for the deck profile. Again, huge.
I didn't like that profile. Pretty bad profile. Moving on. What else do we have? We had Eddie Strom. Hello? This is... okay, moving on. This is basically the same. It's very close. The other deck didn't have Ash, I think. How many cards was the other one? How many cards was the other list? Also 42? Or was it 40? Also 42. Okay, so this one is Eddie Strom, who's also a well-known American duelist, and they've done the thing that I said. I think this is the list that I looked at before stream that I wanted to use as like a reference point for looking at Yubel basically today. They're doing the side deck access code and side deck anguish down here. I guess you can see better if I move over here. Side deck access code and side deck anguish to fit what are they trying to fit? They're fitting the Phantom of Yubel and I think the Muckraker. Those were not in the other deck. And then the main deck just has what? The main deck just has, what is this? 3 Veiler, 3 Nib, 3 Imperm, 3 Ash. So that's 12 plus 2 Bestials, 14 hand traps. Honestly, I feel like that, no matter what, like, I feel like it's a little bit of an improvement compared to last format. That, like, the average number of hand traps has gone down by, like, a solid 3 to 5. Right? Like, it's gone down. It's not like they're still playing hand trap decks, but honestly, it's modern Yu-Gi-Oh, right? People are gonna play hand traps, 100%. But like we have like kind of toned it down a little bit because the Yubel deck has room for less. The Yubel deck has honestly, the Yubel deck probably has a more powerful end board than Snake Eye did. But yeah. Second track is mad clean because in Hand Trap Wars, if you don't play the second track, your Fiend is just dead. Your Fiendsmith. I can see that. Yeah, if you don't have the if you're hand trapping back and forth, being able to use another Fiendsmith on the next turn to get another track could be alright. Well, yeah. I mean, this list looks very solid. This is roughly what I would probably start with if I was trying to play Yubel for a YCS. I don't really want to. I don't feel like playing Yubel for the same reasons that I didn't feel like playing Snake Eye. But this list is looking very solid, right? We've got like basically the standard ratios here look very good to me, right? Like the 2 Spirit seems to make sense. 3 Beckoning Beast, 1 Opening. 2 Squirmer, I think, is the sweet spot, probably. 1 Charvara, 1 Lurie, 3 Engraver, obviously. 3 Lotus, obviously. 1 Nightmare Pain seems to be the way to go. 3 Nightmare Throne. This seems to be the Unchained Trap to go. Very standardized, honestly, for an early format deck list. I mean, it's basically the same deck as last format. Just some extra deck adjustments. But this is very much what I would expect, except for the second track, which isn't standard, but apparently it's solid. Wait, track is $36 right now? Is that correct? Fiendsmith track? No, it's not. Okay. The plugin isn't working. It said $37. It's not that. It's like there's already some for $6. Yeah, okay. I was jump scared by that for a moment. Oh, maybe they're taking the QCR. Oh, maybe. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, maybe they're getting the data from the QCR. Yeah, all right. Yeah. So, what do you expect from this deck? In terms of its we're gonna take a look at how this deck exactly plays, its combos, where to interrupt and stuff like that tomorrow in its end board. So the people asking for board breaker / hand trap tier list and stuff like that, before I want to do that, I need to spend some time today and tomorrow understanding the way the decks play in the current format, what kind of boards they're ending up on, what kind of choke points they have, and all that kind of stuff. So we're not doing that today, but that stuff is planned for the upcoming days, and it will also be up on YouTube before YCS Lil. Definitely. Like, I have those things planned, but I need to inform myself a little bit more before I drop like a hand trap guide or a hand trap tier list without actually looking at the choke points, right? So it's something that I need to do. We might do it on stream together tomorrow. Like maybe we just go and lab some Yubel combos, see how it plays, and see where we can interrupt potentially. So yeah. One thing honestly that surprises me a little bit, and maybe some of the people that have already play tested Yubel or against Yubel, maybe we can have a short discussion about it. But I'm seeing a lot of Nibiru in these main decks. Do you think the Nibiru in the main deck is for other matchups, or do you actually think it's good in the mirror? Because I'm skeptical on Nibiru in the mirror match. My impression is that Yubel is not that Nibiru is not great into Yubel. But obviously, with Appaloosa being banned, Nibiru is like great in other matchups, right? Like it's great. I know it's good against Ritual Beast. Like I know they can play around it to an extent, but it's probably good no matter what against Ritual Beast. If you play 3 Veiler, 3 Imperm, it should be fine to be played in the mirror. Like, is that really true though? Don't you feel like optimal Yubel combos, let's say they have a 2-card combo or even 3-card combo, don't you think they can put up like Caesar plus Phantom early enough? Like, don't you think they can like... Because even if you have, let's say you have Veiler Nibiru, right? Even if you have Veiler Nibiru, all they have to do is summon 2 Phantoms. Because you can't Veiler in resolution, right? Or in the chain, right? You can't go like Nibiru, they chain Phantom, you Veiler it. You can't do that. You have to Veiler the Phantom preemptively because it tributes for cost. So all you have to do is summon 2 Phantoms and you're safe from Nib Veiler or Nib Imperm, right? Which I feel like if this is the deck to beat, or like if this is the hand trap lineup to beat, every Yubel player should be doing that, right? Like if people are playing Nibiru because it's good against Ritual Beast and stuff like that, then you need to be like, okay, how does my combo beat Nib plus Veiler, right? Does another 2 hand trap combo do more? Yeah. If you draw, I mean, depends on what kind of hand trap you want to play instead of Nibiru, but like for example, Ghost Ogre is a really good hand trap, at least in Master Duel. Maybe it's not the same in TCG, actually. But like, Ghost Ogre is really good against Nightmare Pain. Especially if they only play 1, Ghost Ogring the Nightmare Pain could be really nice. I'm not sure, like, it depends, obviously. If they start with Fiendsmith, maybe Ghost Ogre isn't as good. But yeah. They can also set up Phantom before Pain often enough, don't they? I mean, in that scenario, though, all the hand traps are the same, right? All the hand traps are the same if that happens, right? The cool thing with Ghost Ogre is that you can also hold it for your own turn, right? Like, let's say you look at your hand and it has a Ghost Ogre and a bunch of engine. You can also go you can go ahead and use Ghost Ogre on your turn if you notice that your opponent has a really easy way to play around it, right? If they make Phantom before using Nightmare Pain, you can just be like, okay, I'll hold the Ghost Ogre for the Rage Link off, for example, right? I'm skeptical about every hand trap versus Yubel because if their first action is make Phantom, they all feel terrible. That's the thing. I think that's the thing with every single hand trap into this deck is that they have a way to play around all of them. There's no hand trap that you can just draw against Yubel and be like, yeah, I win. I don't think that card exists, except for Dimension Shifter, obviously, right? So at that point, you gotta find the ones that are the best on average, right? And also are the best when paired together. That kind of stuff, right? Yeah. Perulia is pretty good. Yeah, but Perulia is more like it is a hand trap, but Perulia is like, it only draws you more cards. It doesn't actually stop them from really doing anything unless they choose to go a different route. But I agree, Perulia is a good hand trap against this deck. Droll and Lockbird? I don't think Droll and Lockbird is that great. because it very heavily depends on how they start and what else they have in hand. They could, like, sometimes their hand gets probably completely destroyed by Droll. Like, if they start Engraver, Search Tracked, then Droll and Lockbird is probably insane. But, yeah, it's weird. Like, if they start Samsara D Lotus, if they start with Samsara D Lotus, and you have a Droll and Lockbird in your hand, I'm pretty sure it does almost nothing, right? Because they go Tribute Lotus, Summon Spirit, set Nightmare Pain, and then the first search is when they go Nightmare Pain, destroy Spirit. And then it's probably too late for the Droll to do anything. Yeah. So I don't know. But that's the thing. We're gonna have a session tomorrow. We're gonna have a session tomorrow where we take an in-depth look at the Yubel deck, how the combos work, where to interrupt it with hand traps, or also maybe how to board break it, right? Or maybe the correct solution is to play like a mix, where you try to stop key interactions and then maybe throw in like a talents or something. Which is something that some of these decks try to do, right? They try to play some hand traps to stop the worst of the worst from happening, and then maybe throw in a Talents or something, or a Phantasme or a Bestial to maybe deal with the board. So we'll see. We'll see about it. But this is, without a doubt, if you are preparing for YCS Lille or any of the... I know there's other YCSs this month. I think there's a 3v3 YCS in South America. If you're preparing for any of those YCSs, I think this deck is the deck to beat, right? This is the deck that you need to be prepared against. You need to have a plan for this deck, no matter what. All right. Here's a Fire King deck from John Wilkin. Let's check that out real quick. Let's see what the situation is on this deck.
What's going on, guys? JNC Nick here, and who are we with, and what'd you do today?
John Wilkin, and I just went 9-1 at the Philly Regional. We're waiting standings, but I'm pretty sure I'm guaranteed top 8. I played 51 card Kashtira Snake Eye Fire.
51. This is what they have Snake Eye players do these days, dude.
Pile deck. It's really fun. I think that it's pretty cool. I think it's really good at putting a lot of bodies on the board and just like finding ways to push through stuff in OTK. A lot of the deck is basically just like utility, and I find that's like really important in this format because especially the Apogon, like there's a lot more interaction in the format, and so the Fire King cards really got a lot better with that ban.
So we think we're going back to pure Snake Eye. We're playing Kashtira and Fire King is the wave until the new support.
Yeah. If you're playing Snake Eye, I think that's the play. You definitely need a supplementary engine for this deck. Like I think the pure build, there isn't enough substance to it for it to be enough, and it loses to hand traps too much. And I find especially the end boards in the pure deck are just too weak, like for it to really be sustainable. I feel like it's either this or some sort of Yubel variant for like the best deck contender for sure.
Okay, nice. So let's hop right in.
Yeah. So. The Snake Eye cards, only these 4. I didn't play the Field Spell or Snake Eye Bellstar.
Bro built the Commander deck.
You don't need them, especially in this deck, and I just did 1 extra bricks. And then Triple Witch. Pretty self-explanatory for those.
Yeah, pretty standard.
So, just the 5 Fire King monsters. You don't really need more than this, and I find that like their bricks. 1 Kieran just like definitely wasn't enough.
All right, there's no Volcanics. I forgot about that for a second.
Like the second one definitely came up, but I wouldn't want to play a 3rd. I feel like 2 is the right number just to have that ability to do it on your turn, or if you're going second as well, just to have the pop, and then for that.
Which is why this is unplayable. I don't think that's true. I don't think this deck's unplayable at all. I think Volcanics is nice, but it's not necessary for the Fire King cards to function.
Have the second Kieran is important. So our VOD is just ridiculous. That card's like low-key the best one, other than Grunix. And then I played Cash Tier Monsters. This is part of the utility stuff I was talking about, like the importance of that. Like having cash monsters on the field just to provide a presence and some sort of interruption, like guaranteed, is like really important. And the fact that they're 7 is also pretty cool. Because you make the echo sack. Like that came up a couple times where like I needed to get rid of something just so I can have full knowledge and break into the board. And it definitely helps having these cards a lot. They also there's a few times I was able to OTK and Nip because of them too.
Okay, nice.
It's really cool. For the spells, 3 wanted, original, bonfire, like the snake eye stuff.
Yep, self-explanatory.
Don't really get into detail here. So when I wanted this, you don't really need a second. I also played Circle, so
it's funny because I said earlier, like, if you're playing Fire King Snake Eye, you're trading non-engine slots for the Fire King cards, right? So you got less non-engine, and they just said, nah, I'm not trading no non-engine slots for my Fire King cards. I just play them on top of my already like 43 card deck. I just put them in.
I really was not sure about this card. I hadn't tested it too much, but in theory it seemed great. And in practice it was insane. Like, I'm not sure if it's going to stay in my deck, but when I was able to play it, it was just ridiculous. Even when I drew it, it was insane. Just being able to like play through imperms. And there was one point when I played against the Labyrinth player, and I got Daruma Cannoned on my turn with Arius, and I was able to chain Circle to pop my Princess and get back a Grunix, and then all my guys went face down, but the Grunix top back by Ponix, and I went Dark, Celine, Zelantis played them all back, face up, placed the IP with my Flamebirds, and that was like, that's a weird interaction because you're not going to get Drummond much, but like, that's a good example of when this card can like get you out of a situation that would be otherwise pretty tough. And then double field spell and terraforming with cash, birth. And then 1-for-1. Let's play pot. So this is 51 cards. You need consistency. This card's good. I think this card should be in deck playing spec cards.
Bro has the audacity to bring consistency into this.
Then for the non-engine, Nib, Ash, 1 Crow. This is just kind of as a dark target. I'm not sure if I'll keep it in there. 3 Imperm, 3 Droplet, 3 Book of Eclipse. 3 talents and Angel Stack.
This is what I was talking about earlier. We're just playing like the good hand traps, and then we're playing some breakers. Book of Eclipse is interesting. Is Book of Eclipse good against Yubel?
This card is ridiculous. Oh my god. Please try this card. Just please put this card in your deck. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say about this. Just try it out for yourself.
Okay. In theory, the only thing it's bad against is Rage. So here's the cool thing about Book of Eclipse, right? It stops the Desiree negate, right? Like, as long as you bait the Varudras, if they then attempt to use Desiree, you can chain Eclipse, and then the equip falls off of the Desiree, and then they don't get to negate with Desiree. The only problem that I have with Book of Eclipse is when you start playing into a board, and then you have to Eclipse later, you are also eclipsing your own cards, which can be an issue. So, yeah, but it's okay. I mean, at the very least, if you open Book of Eclipse and you just activate it into their board, they are forced to negate it. Right? They are forced to negate it. So it's just another card that forces them to use one of their negates, right? So if you just want a bunch of those cards, like, you can just play Book of Eclipse. It's not bad. It is ashable, yeah.
I'm not too sure if I'm going to keep the Angel statue. When it was good, it was decent, and when it was bad, it was like...
Bro, you're playing 52. Just leave it in.
Meh. And the fact that it's like a very little committal just for amount of presence that can honestly just win you the game. Like, there's times when it does win you the game, but I'm not sure if that's frequent enough for it to worth the spot, but for now, it's probably going to stay in there. And then all the other cards were really good, like Nib, Talents.
Yeah, all kind of standard type stuff.
Yeah.
It is worth noting. I don't know anything about their matchups and their win rate on the dice rolls, but they were able to perform with a 51 card pile that only had 9 hand traps, which is not a bad sign for the format, to say the least. I don't know how many Yubels they faced and went second against. Don't know about that. Well, yeah.
Droplet, I would say underperformed, but it's probably going to stay in the list just because I feel like if you're playing these cards, Droplet supplements the rest of the non-engine really well, so I think you need to play it. Anima, Ida, Dark.
I think these are precisely the two cards that make this deck slightly better going second than Yubel decks, is the fact that you can go through Charmers. Because even the what's it called? The Yubel deck puts fire monsters in graveyard, right? With Sharvara a lot of the times. Sometimes you can add the Sharvara back to your hand. But yeah, the fact that you have access to the Charmers is really nice.
SP, Wolf, Phoenix.
Also, no Fiendsmith at all in this deck,
Hair,
which makes sense.
Selene, Princess, Zelantis, Raging Phoenix, Amber Oil. You guys have seen most of these cards before. I don't need to explain them. Like I said, Draco Sack was pretty cool. Will came up. I think you need to play it.
What do you think of Silhouette Rabbit? It's obviously a good card, but has to become overrated with so many generic extra deck cards gone. I think Silhouette Rabbit is a card that people gravitate towards because Appaloosa is gone. I agree with you. It's probably overrated right now. I think it's a good card. But I honestly don't think it's that good. Like, I don't think Silhouette Rabbit is crazy or anything like that, but I do like it. I think it is a good card. I think it is especially a good card, not only because of statue, but also because it gives you the spell Trap Pop, which I think is good in specifically the Yubel matchup, right? Like being able to pop Nightmare Pain alongside getting the statue is nice. Being able to get rid of Nightmare Throne, you can't prevent the Nightmare Throne search, but you can still pop the Nightmare Throne for free, which stops it from floating later. So like, I think Silhouette Rabbit is a very solid card. I don't know if I would play it in like as many decks as possible or something like that. I think you only play it in the decks that can afford it and really need it as an end board option.
Kind of. It's probably the 13th slot. But
it also, that's another good point. If your deck plays the Fiendsmith cards and you have a Desiree, you can play around cards like Droplet and Dark Ruler really well if you have an Azarune statue, because you can chain the Azarune statue and then chain the Desiree to negate something like Dark Ruler or Droplet. So those kind of decks that play Desiree probably want to try to end on the Azarune statue as well. But for example, Yubel, which is a deck that can make Desiree, doesn't have room for the statue and the rabbit in the extra deck, probably. And the Yubel deck is honestly already, like, the end board is already powerful enough. And you can also play around Dark Ruler by playing the Unchained Trap to chain to it.
I think you need to play it. I would continue to play Dark. I summoned Dark more than I did Hida this tournament. I was very surprised. And being able to funnel into multiple OTK lines is very, very strong. And like, because of the layered kind of pushes of this deck, you're able to go into one, and if they do their nib or their heavy committal interruption, you're able to really.
Would you still play Fiendsmith in Snake Eye Fire King, or would you play without? That is something I can't tell you. I'd have to try it. I can see it working without, but obviously the Fiendsmith cards are still good. But I really like, when I'm looking at this extra deck right here, there is not a single card that I would like to cut. You know what I mean? Like, maybe you can, if you don't play Kashtiras, you can play without Draco Sack, but the Kashtiras are really good. You can maybe arguably cut the Silhouette Rabbit, but then everything else you cut, you lose significant like value and options from your lines, right? No matter what else you take out of this extra deck, you're gonna miss it. So like having to put Requiem, Closed Moon, Desiree, and the sequence, at least at the minimum it's 4 slots, maybe more if you want a fusion that you can make with just 2 materials. It's at least like 5. Taking those cards out of your deck honestly might hurt more than what you get from it.
Very strong. That was my main goal. Phantasme, Chummy didn't resolve.
This is just in every single side deck.
Either of these thrust. Oh my god, this card's ridiculous. This is like Eclipse. Put this card, put Talents in your deck, put Eclipse in your deck, and you'll see why I'm loving them.
See, this is a good sign to me that people are really happy with board breakers for once. I like that. I like that people are happy about seeing cards like Book of Eclipse and Talents and Thrust in their hands. And not just like staring at them going second and being like, yeah, I can't win the game anyways, even with those cards. It's a good sign in my opinion.
Duster, Debarrier, Skill Drain, Anti-Spell. This card's cool.
Those cards are not cool. Skyburn's cool.
This is I kind of just threw in there in case I played some kind of BS, like, you know, trap deck. It's not that great of an interruption unless you get, like, you know, shifted kind of, but, like, realistically, the decks that are shiftering you, you don't want to even want to set this up against anyways unless your hand's, like, weird. Like, and like, it's just very situational, and I think I'll take it out. And then I also played the one evenly. This goes against what I was saying earlier with the OTK, and I actually don't cite it in against very many matchups, but like having this, I feel like it's just too relevant against like certain matchups where this card is just a blow. It will win you the game on the spot, and like that's just probably more valuable than that OTK.
Yeah, I mean the one anti-spell, the one skill drain is just, that's what you get if you put these cards to 1, right? They're not gone, they're still here, but just at 1. So less often. Well, yeah. Yeah, I don't know exactly how I feel about, I mean, this deck in particular. 51 card just pile with engine. You know, we're splitting our non-engine into half hand traps, half board breakers. Kind of just like all over the place. It feels like a very new format, kind of just like try out some stuff deck. You know, like it feels very fitting for an early regional tournament or something. Like, I can see you going to a tournament and doing really well with it, and then I can also see you going to a tournament and doing completely terrible with it. It's fine, but it's I feel like it's more of a proof of concept, right? Like it's the fact that like you can get away with not playing infinite hand traps this format. You can get away with playing some board breakers that aren't just like, hey, draw Dark Ruler or lose against Yubel kind of thing. It'd be interesting to know if they were able to beat Yubel going second with this kind of list, and what the kind of hand was that you needed to draw to do that, right? Like, is a Yubel board beatable if you draw like, I don't know, Ash Blossom plus Droplets or something? You know, I would hope it is, but I don't know. Hard to say, hard to evaluate. It depends a lot on their hand as well, right? Well, yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. It's just the kind of thing that isn't set in stone yet, but it is giving me a little bit of hope that decks like this can perform, because it feels like the interaction that this deck leans on is pretty cool. Okay, we're gonna do a Memento. If this is not a DB one, let me quickly check. Hello? It's not. Okay, I need to quickly head to the toilet. I'll be right back with you guys. Give me a second. He beat the meta and Fiendsmith Engraver is on the thumbnail. My type of humor. I also just noticed that. When I walked back into my room, I was like, why does it say he beat the meta? Alright, anyways. Memento post Forbidden Limited list.
I dodged shifter 9 rounds and also my opponent ran round.
Nice. All right. So here we are at Philly Regional. You topped
Top 4.
top 4 with?
Memento, Unchained, Fiendsmith.
That's a lot of cards.
Wait, Memento? Okay, so Unchained was not part of Memento before, was it? If I remember correctly, like Vlad's Memento deck did not have Unchained cards, did it? What do you think about Widewood's Fiendsmith? I don't really see the huge synergy there. Maybe it doesn't need huge synergy. You just use the Fiendsmith as like a level 6 non-tuner body. But it doesn't solve any problems for White Forest, I think. So I'm not sure if I like that.
All right, let's go over it.
So 50 card main deck. I run
They say
9
50?
copies of the starter mementos. Won't go into them too much. These are all 1-card starters into the full combo. Then I also run each of the one-ofs. This is a starter. This is a bad starter. It can get you somewhere. And this, it doesn't get you somewhere if you had a Bestial, unfortunately, which has happened to me in the tournament, but I ended up okay. You gotta run one of each. Then for spells, I'm doing it by engine just because, like, otherwise it's a pile. So for Memento spells, it's 3 Bone Party, 1 Memento Mictlin, 1 Rhoda, and 2 Fusion Spell and Cranium Burst. People who don't run this are silly.
What does that do?
It is Apollosa, but it
You are silly.
is not banned.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. Yes, drawing this on its own in a 50-card deck sucks, but it is what it is. I would rather draw it and a bunch of hand traps than it and all of my bricks. So then for Fiendsmith, it's a standard 3 Engraver, 1 Lurie, 1 Tract. I've seen talk about bumping Tract up because of how, like, Lacrima doesn't.
Isn't it a bit win more? Oh yeah, Cranium Burst. Like at least in the versions of this deck that I've played before in like Master Duel and stuff, it sucks. I also don't think I'd play it in the TCG at the moment, but I haven't played it much, so I'm not gonna speak too much on that.
Doesn't exist anymore.
I think it's a win more
card. I might do it. I didn't think about it until now. But for now, I think.
Or maybe it's a matter of in the TCG the deck needs it.
Good. These are no longer a big problem with this deck right now. Is that after the Lacrima and Beatrice bans, you can no longer access Memento Engine off of Engraver alone. You can access it with like any summon, like a Bestial or a Hand Trap, or even like just opening the Fusion spell. At least the way I built the deck, but it will not be able to actually just like go into it. After Rhoda, when we get the level 4 Fiendsmith, it will be a starter again. But for now, you kind of have to like insulate it with what I'm running right now, which is an Unchained package of Shavara, Chamber, and then
They did such a good job at toning down the Fiendsmith cards immediately into something that feels way more like fine. They're still really good, but it just feels like that Banlist did such a good job at regulating the Fiendsmith cards right out of the bat. And then Rage of the Abyss is just around the corner, like undoing all the good fixes that they had, right? Like we had a good fix for Snake Eye. We had a good fix for Fiendsmith. And then Rage of the Abyss is just like, knock, knock.
actually run Abominable. This card is insane.
How often did that come up for you today?
Every single time I comboed, it's involved in it. Basically what I do is I go through the Fiendsmith line. I sequence make Air Eater. Air Eater will mill the Sharvra to set the trap for my deck. And then I make Air Eater and sequence in the Yama to add back Sharvra. So Sharvra can pop the trap, summon from hand. This trap would then summon this from deck. You link this in Yama into your Rage. So Rage is on field, so you don't care that this is gone. And then because this is in graveyard as a level 8 Dark Fiend, you can banish it along with your Necroquip to reborn your Air Eater, and that's how you get Caesar. It's just a way to insulate the deck from Nibiru. Like if they Nibiru it any earlier, you don't really care. You didn't do your Memento half yet. it also makes it so I open like Just Engraver. I'm fine with that because Caesar Rage is a good board, and if I open Just Engraver, that means my other 4 cards are and then the last part of the deck are 19 hand traps, 7 Bestials. I think these are the best cards in the format.
7 Bestials.
Yeah, they're extenders, they're counters to Fiendsmith, counters to like just basically this deck. They hit yugioh, okay.
A lot of Bestials.
Mainly Fiendsmith, which is in every fucking deck. And yeah, no, it's really good.
All right.
Then the last 12 cards are the cards you see in every single deck list. I'm not going to explain them.
Okay, so this is a only hand trap approach kind of deck. It plays 19. It is in 50 cards though, right? It's like 19 in 50 is still a worse deal than what Snake Eye had last format. Like, you can do that in every deck. You can just go like, I'll add more hand traps and go to 50 cards, technically.
Okay.
Then for extra deck.
He's on 50. If he cuts the Bestials, he'll be at 43, which isn't even bad either, but I see where he's coming from. I mean, Bestials... I find it so hard to evaluate Bestials right now. At least in my head, it's like, if I'm looking at a Bestial in my hand and I'm playing against yugioh, isn't it, from my experience in Master Duel, isn't it extremely awkward because a lot of the stuff in yugioh doesn't target? Like, a lot of the stuff involves having to Bestial preemptively. For example, like as soon as like 2 yugioh monsters hit the graveyard, you have to preemptively Bestial to stop basically 1/2 of a Phantom. If they use Opening to revive, that doesn't target. If you use Grave Squirmer to revive, that doesn't target. If you wait for too long, they will just have a Phantom anyways. So you are incentivized to Bestial kind of early, which is kind of like suboptimal a lot of times. So this is my problem with Bestials. For example, in Master Duel, we started for Emrys Centurion deck for Worlds, which was meant to be good into yugioh. We started with a lot of Bestials. I think even maximum amount of Bestials. And we started noticing like, these are not that great. We started cutting them down and down and down and down until we just had 1 of each, right? It was only 4 in his deck at the end, because they were okay especially when we paired them with other cards. And they were good because we played Lubellion with Regained for the grind game, but like specifically against yugioh, just like having a Bestial didn't feel that great. And I think it might be a matter of, in the TCG, it might be similar because like just drawing 1 Bestial, I'm sure it doesn't do enough. But like when you already play Imperm, Veiler, Nib, whatever, Ash, then maybe it's good because if you pair it, it's nice. Because think of it this way, right? Let's say you have a Bestial and a Nibiru, then you can like, you don't have to care if your opponent has Phantom for your Bestial, because if they Phantom your Bestial, you have Nib that they can't Phantom anymore. So you can just hold the Bestial to the greediest possible moment and just be like, I Bestial here. I don't know where that is. We'd have to look at it. We can look at it tomorrow. But like, you know what I mean? Like, you can just, like, you don't have to play around the Phantom on the Bestial, because if they Phantom the Bestial, you can Nib them. So like, that could be nice. On top of that, even if you draw the Bestial without the Nib, there's an argument that you just like, that you play greedy with it. Because if your opponent has to respect the Nibiru, they don't know whether Nibiru is there or not. Right? So you can, if you use a Bestial relatively late into their combo, like let's say they make a Phantom and then start doing Fiendsmith stuff, and you use a Bestial right there, your opponent has to think about it. Like, do I negate this now and then completely die to Nibiru maybe? Or do I like just let it go through and not risk getting nibbed? Which that can sometimes, even if you only draw a Bestial, maybe it'll still have a good impact because your opponent has to respect Nibiru, right? So it's a very interesting spot that Bestials are in.
Two of the big.
But they're not. I don't think they're like straight up broken or anything like that, because they are like, there is ways to play around them, but your opponent has to basically understand how to play around it, and sometimes also has to guess, right? They have to guess what kind of other stuff you have in your hand, on whether they can afford to negate the Bestial with Phantom, for example, right? They have to like, they can't just do it, because if they get nipped, they might lose the game.
This card is insane. One of Kikalos 2.
After maxing out on Magnamut and Druis, would you rather have one each of Serenir Baldrake or two of one of them? I think it's always Baldrake. I think it's multiple copies of Baldrake. I think Baldrake is the best Bestial when paired. So if you're playing a very heavy Bestial package, I'm a huge fan of playing multiple Baldrakes.
Thankfully, I did not verse any Kashtira today, because this really hurts, but you can't try.
I'm currently building White Force Drunic, but playing with no hand traps at all feels really bad. So much work to even win a game that could be done with Imperm plus Nib. I see where you're coming from. For going second, it's really tough, especially against Yubel. I think other matchups are winnable in this format, going second. But against Yubel specifically, hand traps are probably your best bet. But yeah, it's rough. It can be rough. Also, decks like this one, like Memento, is like, it's much easier to just hand trap than just than have to. The problem with hand traps though is you still need to draw that Imperm plus Nib, right? Because sometimes you don't have the Nib, you only have the Imperm, or you have like Imperm Veiler, and they play around it like it's nothing, and then you also lost the game, right? So like hand traps are not like the Hail Mary solution to Yubel. The deck is good into hand traps. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as good of a deck in the format. Even Imperm plus Nib is often not good against Yubel.
Try to run two of it, because there's like 15 other cards you can manage that are one up. There's no point. And then my other fusions are these two. Just needed for the Fiendsmith combo. I'm gonna go to the last fusion, but first, Fiendsmith engine requirements. You guys know what they are. Moving on. Then I run Guardian Chimera. I made it once. It was okay. Honestly, I'm probably gonna cut it. It's just not that good, but it helped in that one game, so you know. Then Caesar. Then the Unchained package of 1 Yama, 1 Rage, 1 Anguish.
How was Anguish for you today?
It's really good. Just breaks boards. If they like summon out a Drew.
I'll say it. They should have hit the Unchained cards. I hate to say it. I hate to be that guy, because I really like the Unchained deck. But they should have hit the Unchained package in the extra deck. They should have done it. I know it's not a very popular opinion, and I really love Pure Unchained, but no one is playing Pure Unchained anyways. No one is playing Pure Unchained anyways. Show me one person at a regional that does well with Pure Unchained. No one does. Everyone is just using the the Unchained cards as like a package in other decks. It's just like, you know, make Yama, get Sharvara, make Unchained Solar Rage. It's not even an Unchained deck anymore at this point. So like it's another instance of, oh look, at this point, literally, at this point, Yama is just like another like Halka Fibrax instance of no one actually plays the deck that this card was meant for. They only play it in other decks. So Yama is, I think Yama was probably something they should have hit. They should have, like, because imagine this format with like this sort of breakdown, right? But just like the Yubel deck doesn't have Yama. Wouldn't that be cool? I feel like it'd be cool. Even though I like Unchained. But I feel like Yama shouldn't be here.
Room, and you want a way to get rid of it without triggering its floating effect.
I feel like Yama has no business
access
being
code, which I did 0 times. This is the only card in my extra deck I didn't summon all day.
Oh, okay.
But I would not cut it. I do when you'll see in my side deck, I side deck 2 extra deck cards just because I'm not gonna main them. And these.
This was my deck. Trust me, I was happy to just play a second Unchained main deck monster again. See, this is how down bad we are if we're happy about playing Abominable Unchained Soul.
These are the 2 that come out when I side them in.
Can you link the spreadsheet? Exclamation mark spreadsheet. There's
Gotcha,
a
gotcha.
command.
Okay.
And finally, for my side deck, 3 Mulch Armies. Side pattern is when I go second, I cut 1 Tatsunashiko, 1 Anguich, and the trap card, like the Cranium Burst, to put in these 3. Because Unchained, you still want to go second, so I'm keeping the whole package. Then I also run 1 Called by just to go first. I fear Shifter like no other card on this planet.
As many of us do.
Yeah. So I would genuinely rather just be a card that says Stop Shifter than being like a Judgment or something. I never decided in going second because I'd rather have a hand trap. 3 Cosmics.
It's weird because you would think. Can you guys stop playing Cosmic? It's weird because you would think that Called by the Grave is like actually fine going second this format because it's really good into Phantom of Yubel and also the Unchained trap. Does the Unchained trap to revive target? I don't actually know. It might target. I don't know. Either way, but like if you banish the rage, it's nice. It doesn't target. Okay, then I mean, but then like you can still Called by the Rage and they bring back like Sharvara instead. It's fine. But I think it's just a matter of if you're playing a hand trap deck and you let your opponent get that far, then it's like Called by won't do it for you, right?
Really good against Fire King right now. I dueled 2 of them today. It was really good hitting Fire King Island both games. Then for trap cards, 3 evenly. I don't think I ever drew this, so I might have decided in, don't remember. Then for the last 5, I run 2 extra deck cards, Silhouette Rabbit and Gigantic Sprite, and then I run alongside them in Ibli and pop a Swamp Deity and an Angel Statue Azrune.
Ibli.
Okay, now we're doing crazy
You do the
things.
standard combo and you side these in. Your board becomes like the one thing I fear in this deck is Eve. Like this deck beats every board breaker except evenly, because this doesn't work in the battle phase.
Was there no? Does this deck just not have a Desiree line? Wasn't that here?
I'm gonna go to the last.
Oh, there's no Desiree.
Fiendsmith engine requirements.
There's no Desiree. Okay, why is it like more efficient? Why is it more efficient to play those cards than just find a Desiree line?
Gigantic Sprite.
If you're so scared of
even
even
alongside them in Ibli and pop a Swamp Deity and an Angel Statue Azrune.
Ibli.
So if you do the standard combo and you side these in, your board becomes like the one thing I fear in this deck is Eve. Like this deck beats every board breaker except evenly. Because this doesn't work in the battle phase. And the combo I go for off of 1 card is it ends you on the fusion, the big guy, Caesar, this on your opponent's field, this in the extra monster zone, and this set with Cranium Burst set. So you have a negate for any like board breaker they have that's not evenly. You have Cranium Burst to force them to attack with this into your defense position, like 5,000 defense guy, so they can't crash it. And you have the fusion to pop whatever the normal summon. So like unless they tribute over it or what happened with my 1 game, which was they opened Double Book of Eclipse, they're not getting rid of this. And this card wins the game. So
How often did you go into that line?
I did it twice. I would have done it a 3rd time, but I drew it that game. And for those who have cited Ibli may know, if you draw Ibli, you cannot actually get to it. And the one other time I went against Branded, and as I said, he opened Double Book of Eclipse. And then I went against Pure Snake Eye, and it just won the game. Like literally.
Yeah, I mean, Ibli is just another one of those things that I feel like is quite annoying, and I can understand going for it because I understand siding it because it's like a matter of maybe there are some decks in the format that mostly rely on board breakers instead of hand traps, because the majority of decks in the format, also the ones that we've looked at so far, are still playing hand traps. Against those kind of decks, you typically don't want to be playing cards like Ibli, because if you resolve your combo through their hand traps, you're already winning the game. There's no need to give them an Ibli to play like a brick in your deck for that. But if you're playing against a deck that doesn't hand trap you at all, and their plan is obviously to just go like Dark Ruler or whatever, like it can be really good to play an Ibli. The only problem with it is the fact that like those kind of decks, they typically play Droplet as well, which just outs the Ibli. Like I think all of the board breaker decks will probably be on Droplet. So that's just like you're just giving them a free send for the droplet, right? You're going for a different end board, and you're giving them a free send for droplet, which is kind of risky, right? Dark Hole is something that people play in Tenpai, right? I don't know if Tenpai is the deck that you would want to go for Evenly for, because they said they were afraid of Evenly, right? And Evenly is not something that Tenpai plays, right? So yeah, but I get it. I understand wanting to go for a different line when you're going first against the board breaker deck. It makes some sense. I don't know if Ibli is optimal for it. Honestly, to me, it feels like should probably just be a Desiree line. That feels more efficient in terms of space. It also doesn't require a main deck brick. Like maybe just like work around with the lines and find something that ends on Desiree to be safe from Evenly is probably fine.
He tried to enter battle phase. I flipped Cranium Burst. He's like, yeah, you got it.
Because that also beats Desiree also beats Dark Ruler and Droplet, right? Because you can just go, if you're already playing Cranium Burst, you can just go, they activate Dark Ruler, you chain Cranium Burst, you chain Desiree to stop that, right? That seems nice.
Matchups were round 1, Rescue Ace Fiendsmith. Round 2, Cyber Dragon. Round 3, I tied against James on Mammals with yugioh. Did I start on 5? It was round 3. I don't know. Round 4, I tied against Branded. I'm a little salty about the tie, I'll be honest. Round 5, my opponent just didn't show up, which I think is the highest placing, like, score-wise I've ever had at a no-show, because I literally didn't get a loss. And then round 6, I went against Fire King, Snake Eye, Fiendsmith. Round 7, I went against Pure Snake Eye, Fiendsmith. Round 8, I went against Sprite. Round 9, I went against Fire King, Snake Eye, Fiendsmith. And round 10, I went against, like, Abyssial, Runic, Rose Dragon decks.
All right. Was it?
Yo, show me that Bestial Runic Rose Dragon deck. Did they top? Apparently not. Ooh, there's a White Forest. Okay, nice. This Memento deck is scary, honestly. There is a profile. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Give me a second. We won't have enough time to check out all these awesome profiles today. Because we have the podcast in like 35 minutes. But all right. No, Memento is scary. Memento is a scary deck. I don't know if I find Memento better or worse than Yubel. In general, it's probably a little bit worse than Yubel, but it is a similar concept. I think there's two things about Memento that it does slightly worse than Yubel. The one thing is I think it still makes use of the Fiendsmith cards, but it makes worse use of the Fiendsmith cards than Yubel. Because like they mentioned in the profile, one engraver does no longer get you access to the Memento engine if you didn't open one of your Memento cards. But the Fiendsmith cards still make the lines stronger for this deck if you already have access to Memento, right? Like, so Engraver is not necessarily a starter anymore, but it's a great extender in this deck, so that's nice. And apparently the deck can fit 19 hand traps, but only if you go to 50 cards. So, like, in a more realistic setting where you want to keep it to, like, 42, 43, it'd be, like, somewhere around 12 hand traps in Memento, which is also it's not bad. 12 hand traps in 42, it's still a decent amount, but it's still way less. Oh, that's the thing you need to understand about this format compared to last format. On average, you still get hit by hand traps, but you get hit by less than last format, which is already a slight improvement. It's not solved yet. You know, the whole hand trap format thingy, the whole meme hasn't ended yet. We're still here. But I feel like we're heading in a good direction with this ban list. Hopefully, the way it goes is Rage of the Abyss is going to make it worse for us, I think, a little bit. And then hopefully the next ban list gives us another push in the right direction. And then we might be getting somewhere, you know? Red Rose Runic. Yes, please.
What's going on, guys? JNC Nick here, and who are we with, and what'd you do today?
My name is Mac Demianchik, and I just got my invite at Philly Regional. I went X1-2, playing Rose Dragon Runic.
Nice, nice. Let's hop right in.
Alright, started off, I'll flip it all towards you. I played 3 Red Rose Dragon. This card just came off the Banlist. It's broken. Use it for synchro material. You just summon Rox Rose from deck. And this card lets you search the other part of the engine, which is the Basil Rose Shoot, which is a reborn or a special summon from hand. All of these are key components. They're level 3 tuners. And if you start with this, it allows you...
I already see the next card in the hand. I'm already a fan of.
This plus 1 runic spell allows you to get to 2 level 8 synchros. And then if you start with this one, it's 1 level 8 synchro, plus like some additional follow-up. Both of them are pretty good, but obviously like the bread and butter is just to draw one of these plus a 1 runic spell or 2 runic spells at any point, start cooking. The other part of the engine that's like essential is the Bestial engine. I play 3 Lubellion, 1 Regain, and then I play 3 different named Bestials. This allows your grind game to be consistent. Branded Regain plus like any winner card is like insane. You just banish their stuff, get free.
Branded Regain might be my favorite card printed in recent years. There's a couple other ones that I really like, but Branded Regain is definitely up there. I'm pretty sure it's top 3. I love every time I get to play Branded Regained.
Draws, and then you win the game. Plus there's always follow-up for any of these. So just keeping constant circulation of monsters so you deck your opponent out or win by creating a crazy board. Very good. Lastly, for the other parts of like non-engine, I would say 2 Ash. I didn't want to play 3 in the main deck at least because I just don't want to brick on like drawing too many of the same cards, honestly. Same thing with the 2 talents.
Yeah, because playing Runic, you cycle through your deck quite a bit.
Yeah, you only want to see like 1 to each copy unless it's like an actual starter card in your deck. And then for the random, like, I won't say random, but the other like engine pieces that you play for your combos, you play the Black Garden,
game,
which is searchable off the Synchro 5 that you make in every combo. And then when you make the Synchro 5, it allows you to Synchro Climb because of this card. Gets you to the second Synchro if you need it. And then Chicken Game because it's searchable off Ancient Fairy Dragon, which you also use in some combos.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Chicken Game is the perfect unban, by the way. This is exactly what you want an unban to be like. You want a card that's unbanned to be like playable in some decks. Some people mess around with it, but it's not like broken right off the bat. It's not unplayable. So often they bring back cards when they're already not playable anymore. And no one really, like, people care for like 2 days and then they forget that the card even exists. Or the card becomes immediately like broken again, like Protoss. But Chicken Game is like the perfect kind of level to it because it comes back, it's relevant, like you can play it. There's been some people messing around with it in White Forest as well. But it's like it's just not a problem. Like people have been, even in Snake Eye, people have been messing around with it because it's a free send for the Snake Eye cards. But it's just not problematic. So I really like the Chicken Game unban.
Yeah, there's like, if you draw an extra level 3 of any sort, so any of these, you could summon Gary if you have a second Runic, and then summon the Ancient Fairy, and then pop your Runic field spell. And then you search the Chicken Game, you get additional draw. You summon the Gary, bring this back, and then you just like summon a 3, make a chaining afterwards. Pretty good. And then for the Runics,
calling Protoss broken when the deck playing it is tier 2 at best is crazy. You have no idea about card design. You should not be led into any card design discussion ever again.
I play 1 Smiting Storm, 1 Golden Droplet. This one I prefer over Dispelling because you can always use this. It's always legal to activate. So sometimes you just want to trigger the fountain and get your additional draws. Even if it costs you giving them a draw, it's sometimes worth it.
Yeah.
And then very standard lineup: 3 tip, 3 flashing fire, 3 destruction, 3 slumber, 3 freezing curse.
17 runics.
Yeah, 17 runics. 17 to 18, I feel like is like the best way to play any runic deck.
17 hits my
so
sweet
this
spot.
felt good for me. I felt like I always drew at least one in every hand. Extra deck, I played 2 Hugin, whatever he is, she is. You know, very standard. Use it with the red rose, and then get you to your synchro climbing. Also, just the protection effect for the fountain also comes up, or even like your branded regain, just to protect either. Get your engine to keep going. Gary is also for the same. You loop multiple of these in your like turn 1 combo a lot of the time, and usually are fine doing so, because the regain you just banish with the bestial, and you just circle it back to the extra deck, and then it's like you never lost it in the first place. Flames, I only play 1, play the SP Little Knight. These are fusions, easy to summon. You just easily make anything into SP fodder. Baits out things right away. Also helps beat like the Runic Mirror itself. I need to explain more of it. And then the more standard stuff for your combos. This searches the Black Garden, which when you do your basic combo, after you summon this, you search the Black Garden, you activate it, you reborn a level 3, get summon their token, you make the Crystal Wing, which you play 2 copies of.
Did Josh try to pull Royal Runic cards in Master Duel yet? I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
I don't want to talk about it.
Which is your 5th summon.
No one answered him.
Nice, nice.
And then
Don't answer the
because
question.
you summon this and the Rose Dragon, you could activate the Black Garden to destroy the tokens you summon to their field, and then it lets you reborn this. And then because you have the level 3 in her, you make the second one.
Okay.
That's pretty.
Is Crystal Wing, I'm assuming based on the fact that there's 2 on the table here, that Crystal Wing is not hard ones per turn, it's the soft ones per turn? I actually don't know.
But other lower level ones, I play FA Dom Dragster. It usually comes up if you draw a red rose plus like 2 runics. Ancient Fairy Dragon comes up for time because it gives 1,000 life points. It lets you extend further into any of the Synchro 10s that you play. Also lets you get access to Black Garden or Chicken Game if you weren't able to do it otherwise. And then I play Black Rose Dragon. I wanted to summon this a couple times, but it ended up just not being worth it. I think you should still play it for the future, but it may not come up as much.
Okay, so the basic line is Hugin plus Red Rose Dragon. Make Garden Rose Maiden, search Black Garden, float into Rux Rose. Rux Rose searches Basil Rose Shoot. Make a Crystal Wing. And then you have a Crystal Wing plus the Basil Rose Shoot to revive a level 3 tuner again. And then at that point you start freestyling, right? At that point it starts depending on how many runics do I have, what do I want to revive with Black Garden, because Black Garden can revive different things, because the red rose I think is 1600 attack, right? You can also maiden revive something later on. No, it's pretty cool. The only problem with this entire thing, this entire endeavor, is it starts becoming a lot worse when you don't draw Red Rose Dragon, right? Like if you don't draw Red Rose Dragon, actually drawing Rocks Rose is fine because that is still 2 bodies. Like Red Rose Dragon is 3 bodies, Rocks Rose Dragon is 2 bodies, but Basil Rose Shoot does nothing. So you only have those 6 tuners. If you don't draw any of those 6 tuners, you're basically just stuck with runic cards and nothing else. It's 2 Crystal Wing off of Red Rose and a Runic. Hello, it's me. I'm here. Hello, fellow Runic enjoyer. Yeah. I think this deck has 2 problems, which is if you don't draw Rose Dragon access, or just going second feels rough if your opponent knows how to interact with it.
I originally thought.
Is it better than White Forest Runic? I don't think so. I don't think it's... I think it's something new, something fun to play around with. I don't think it's better than White Forest Runic.
Other card that does come up a lot is a Pocket Dragon. This card's crazy. A lot of the times I just summon this as like I summon a Bistio after using Rebellion or something, and then I'll just summon this, get the additional draw into like another runic spell, or sometimes just keep it on the field as an interruption. So just pop a field spell or like the continuous spell for yugioh.
Yeah.
It does a lot, and it also gains attack for whatever reason. For every card in your hand.
It's literally Slight for the Sky Dragon with better effects.
Yeah, this card's crazy. I love this card. I summoned this so many times today.
Yeah.
And then the other synchros that we play, 2 level 10s. This comes up with your Ancient Fairy Dragon combos. The Chaos Angel also comes up for like Hugin plus Rebellion. And sometimes just like sticking on the field to make it think unaffected by like Nibiru.
The one thing that this deck might be better at than White Forest Runic is playing through Nibiru, right? Because normal Red Rose, Hugin, Garden Rose Maiden, Rux Rose, you're doing 4 summons, and then your 5th summon can be Crystal Wing. So you are relatively easily playing around Nibiru if you open that hand, right? Whereas with White Forest Runic, unironically, the way you beat Nib is you just like don't commit too many resources, and if they nib you, you can still play after. And if they don't nib you, you literally just pass turn with a grindy end board, right? Because you keep some resources around. That is the way you play around Nib in White Forest Runic. Regarding Nibiru, can White Forest Runic make Dragoon via Muddy? They probably can, but it's just probably not worth it, you know? Like, that's the thing. It's completely playable if you just pass without committing your entire hand. You know, you can just keep some of your resources around because the deck is very grindy anyways. You can keep your better runics. Like, if you have a Freezing Curses, you're not very incentivized to use that Freezing Curses to special summon when you can just keep it as an interruption, right?
Thing comes up as well. It's really clutch.
Yeah.
The banish is really good. 3,500, can't beat that. And then the Chain Gang, best card in the
I think the Gen X synchro should be in the extra 2 for this. It's legit Omega broken. Which Gen X synchro? Which Gen X synchro are you referring to? Arms of Gen X? Arms of Gen X. Oh, is that the one based off like the different attributes? The new one? When your opponent activates a monster effect, you can banish a monster from your grave with the same attribute, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that monster. So you're gonna have dark, you're gonna have light, you're gonna have, what else are you gonna have? Banish a White Forest, negate Nibiru. Are you talking about the Red Rose deck, or are you talking about the you can't be talking about White Forest, right? Because how does White Forest get a Dark Tuner? But this deck can, right? This deck can do it. For the Red Rose, yeah. Yeah, okay. It's not a bad card. You're right.
deck with runic cards. Every single turn is just a banish too. And if you're using like destruct,
Baron is better than this. Interesting. I've never thought of it. I've never thought of that. That's very smart. That's a very smart thing to say right now. It added a lot to the conversation, and I will keep that in the back of my mind when I build my deck for the TCG YCS next weekend. I will keep in mind that Baron the Fleur is better than Arms of Gen X 0, and I definitely didn't know that beforehand, so appreciate you for being here.
with something or banishment plus something, and then use it or flash and fire. You get so much advantage out of this card. It's unreal.
Yeah.
This card should be banned at some point.
That crazy.
And then the last card came up a couple times. It's more so just a summon when I have Rebellion plus one of the level 3s.
That's funny.
There's not really a lot of good Synchro 11s, unfortunately. This is the one that has the most utility.
Yeah.
Where you can randomly just like gain attack, make it unaffected by things.
Yeah.
You can also just banish a card, pay 1,000 life points if you like you want to be down in like chicken game for whatever reason.
Oh,
and just
okay,
keep
yeah.
the chicken game on the field.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, it's kind of corny, but it definitely works.
Yeah, there you go.
I definitely like the card. It did perform pretty well.
Yeah, playing chicken game, it kind of just makes sense.
Yeah, and then lastly, my side deck. The main deck was 40 cards, extra deck 15. Sorry, I'm missing a card here. So it's 3 Phantasme. It's already obvious because you play the Magnum in the main deck. So this in the yugioh is like insane. A lot of the times, like you just summon this against one of their link monsters, and they get scared that you have Nibiru or a Druid's Worm, Bestial of some sort, and so they'll just let this fly. But you get to fix your hand with runic cards, and runic cards just break the whole yugioh board by themselves if you draw enough.
Yeah, yeah.
So this plus like any like runic spell, you go into battle, you use like destruction or something out the back row. Then you don't have to fight over the yugiohs, and you beat over something that's like big. They can't target this with anything. You just discard and protect it. It's really.
Look, Phantasme is a good card. I have my doubts that Phantasme plus Engine can beat a full yugioh combo. I have my doubts. Like, even if you have Phantasme plus Destruction, I don't think you're really like, unless their opener is suboptimal, I don't think you're gonna really out like Phantasme plus 6 cards. I beat every well player, not gonna lie. I mean, like, did you feel like they were playing well though? Because I feel like if they open a good hand, even if they let the Phantasme go through, I don't see how you're beating Varudras, Caesar, Desiree with Phantasme plus some Engine. I'm not saying it's impossible. And I need more practice against TCG yugioh, but in my head, it's just like this kind of like giga broken board. Because I think the situation with the runic decks is the same as it was before the ban list against those kind of decks. Is like, if you can get into a grind game, I think you're winning. Like, I think this deck outgrinds yugioh if you can get there, right? So you don't necessarily have to like break the entire board. As long as you can get rid of some important pieces and get into a grind game from that position, it could be fine. I broke Samsara, Double Trap, Phantom, Caesar with Runic and Phantasme. But what kind of combo ends on Samsara, Double Trap, Phantom, Caesar? That seems worse than even a 1-card combo. That's what I mean, right? Like, that doesn't seem like your opponent performed. Either they had a bad hand or they didn't know how to combo, because I'm pretty sure one card combos end on more than that. But I don't know. It was a variation of Just Lotus. Yeah, I'm not. I'd have to look into yugioh more to tell you whether that's the best you can do.
Solid.
I feel like that can do more.
And lastly, for the hand traps.
But that's the thing. At the end of the day, not every single one of your opponents, when you go to a tournament, is gonna do the best line possible. That's another thing, right? Like, it's not like because what I mean by this is, if you prepare for a tournament assuming that all of your opponents are gonna play perfectly all the time, you're gonna have a really bad time, because nothing is gonna feel good enough. Like, nothing is gonna feel good enough when you prepare for a tournament thinking like, oh, what if my opponent just plays this perfectly, and so on and so forth, right? Like, people are gonna use their hand traps incorrectly. People are gonna mess up their combos sometimes. People won't know your hand, so they won't like use their interactions 100% like correct all the time, right? So there is always some amount of like, you just got to make the assumption of, hey, some games I'm just gonna win because I play better than my opponent, because my opponent is gonna like miss a crucial interaction or make a mistake on their first turn combo. That happens every single tournament. Every single time I topped the tournament or won a tournament, there were games in that tournament where I would have lost and maybe even been out of the tournament or not even in top cut if my opponent had played optimally, right? That is always part of it. It's always part of it. You don't want to. You want to rely on it as little as possible, though. You want to like you obviously you want to be in control of it as much as possible, and you are not in control of how much your opponent is going to misplay, right? But it's important to know that you can't solve every single possible situation, right?
That are like usable.
So something like entering a tournament right now with a deck that going second doesn't have a great matchup against Yubel. Sure, it isn't ideal, but then also like let's say, I don't know, 12 rounds of Swiss, you're going to play against 4 Yubels. Statistically, you're going to be going first against 2 of them, and then the other 2, like, they still need to not break, play their hand well, use their interactions correctly, and so on and so forth in 2 of the games that they're going first, right? And so, it's not a complete no-go right now to play a deck that is not good going second into Yubel. The problem with that sort of thing is that is not only getting to top cut, but is also like getting through top cut, because when you're in top cut, it's significantly more likely that your Yubel opponents are going to know what to do, know how to play the deck. And so if you play such a deck that's bad going second into Yubel, you can probably still top, completely fine, but you might not be able to win the tournament, because at some point in top cut, one of your Yubel opponents, which are going to be there, is probably going to win the dice roll and just win, right?
Second Visuals, and then the Ash Blossom for the Brandon matchup, or Labyrinth, something like that. I just wanted to have access to it for those important matchups.
Yeah, the road matchups.
And then, unfortunately, we're playing runic cards, so a lot of times we don't have time, unfortunately, because sometimes our opponents don't want to scoop.
Yeah, they don't know when it's over.
Yeah, or sometimes you just can't win the game, unfortunately, because you have to play the runic cards. So this is something that is a necessary evil. It does come up. It's also a level 3. If just by chance you draw it, it's something, right?
Yep. Back to 3 access days.
Yeah, and then I was scared of runic stun, so I played this card. I probably shouldn't have, but it was fine.
Okay.
Runic stun doesn't exist, I guess. And then Called by the Grave and Promising Stone, because this is the best floodgate to play with, like Crystal Wing.
Okay.
You use Crystal Wing after you activate something. Yeah, then it just skill drain for the turn. And Called by the Grave is the sack card.
Nice.
So that's it.
Nice. Congratulations. Any other?
Yeah, I mean, I like this deck. Honestly, it's something that I was aware of beforehand. I've like I said, I've messed around with this concept before. But I was always obviously not happy that Red Rose Dragon was at 1. I think it was is Red Rose Dragon at 3 in Master Duel? Because I think it was Master Duel that we've messed around with this sort of stuff in the past. It's been a while ago. But I think Red Rose Dragon is at 3 in Master Duel. So I think that's where I've played this before. We've definitely used the Rose Dragons in Master Duel as a tuner engine. Obviously, it's been a while since we've done that. But I haven't really seen the Bestials mixed into this as another engine, primarily because I feel like the levels don't quite add up in this one. Like, I'm not sure if maybe it would just be better to play more runics and more like actual non-engine, because I mean the 3 Bestials are good non-engine, but Lubellion and Regained are not going second. But no, I like the concept. I don't think it's better than White Forest Runic, simply because it has, the way I look at it, I think this deck has a worse quote-unquote deal that you're getting on your secondary engine, right? Because the way I look at runic combo decks is like, okay, how many runics can I fit? And what's the sort of deal I'm getting on my secondary engine, right? How many starters can I run? How many engine requirements do I have to run? And like, how consistently can I draw those cards? What can I make out of them as well, right? And so for the Rose Dragon package, I feel like it's really good what you can make out of them. Like you get honestly, the double Crystal Wing combo is very, very nice. Like, if you go first with this deck and you draw Rose Dragon plus Runics, like, it's really good. The other things on it are not as great, though. I think the fact that you can only play 6 Rose Dragons and everything else you play for consistency is like mediocre. Like, yeah, you can play like Mutamorphosis or whatever the card is called, right? You can like summon, you'd have to play like Munin, tribute it for Mutamorphosis and then get a like but it's like 2 cards for 1. It's not an ideal starter, right? Like you only really have those 6 Rose Dragons, and out of those 6 Rose Dragons, only Red Rose Dragon is the really broken one. And if that gets interacted with, like if your opponent has the means to like get rid of it with like something, then you're in a really tough spot. And then you only get 6 starters to your tuner engine, and you have to still play, in this case, you have to only play 1 Rose Shoot, but in this one we're even playing 2. So you get a ratio of 6 normal summons and 2 engine requirements that don't really do anything on its own, right? And for White Forest, the cool thing about White Forest is you can customize your ratios as much as you want, right? Like you have very little engine requirements, because the only White Forest engine requirement is the 1 trap. Even the you don't even have to play the Rhoda spell if you don't want to. So it's really little, really efficient, and you can really customize your White Forest engine as much as you want. If you only want to play 6 copies of the White Forest monsters, you can, but you can go all the way up to 9 or even 12 if you want to play a Stellar. And they also are not all just normal summons. Some of them can also be special summons from your hand, which is really neat. So I think in that sense, in terms of consistency, the White Forest cards just do it better than this. But they are, like, this one's also cool, this deck. What's cool is if you have to normal Ash and draw Rose Shoot off Fountain later, you can use the Rose Shoot to combo still. That is something that I was a little surprised by you just playing 2 Ashes, because I feel like the advantage of a deck like this specifically is that your goal is to combo with Hugin plus level 3 tuner into a Rose Maiden. So I would think that you could just go like, your non-engine could probably just be like level 3 hand traps sort of deal, right? Because if you can find a line that starts with special Hugin, normal summon level 3 hand trap, and that line is fine, then you would have a really good deck on your hand, because you could play like Ghost Ogre, Ash, maybe even Mourner, Bell or something, all of those, because they are basically your tuner starters and your non-engine at the same time. That'd be the dream if you could play a runic combo deck, quote unquote, that doesn't need anything to start its combos other than like a level 3 tuner. If you could do that, you'd be cooking, because you could just play like a runic combo deck with a bunch of hand traps. But it's unfortunately, I don't think you can really get there without a dedicated tuner package, right? But yeah, the thing about runic decks is the more different engines you cram into them, the more inconsistent they get. This is why the runic bestial deck is like, it's really, really cool and can be really good in the right format, like it was last year in Bologna. But like, you're cramming together a bestial engine, a Quem package, and a runic engine to one deck, which made it really tight, and so on and so forth. Which was the beauty about Runic Sprite, for example. Runic Sprite didn't need any other engine. It was just sprites and runics, and it was cooking, right? Which was all extenders as well, which was really nice. All right. Yeah. Look, you guys, exclamation mark spreadsheet if you want to take a deeper dive into some of these deck profiles for today. We are out of time, unfortunately, to check deck profiles, but there's a lot more in here. Shoutouts to Super Peludo for compiling this once again. And shoutouts obviously to all the people that we watched today. Well done on your results. And thanks for uploading your profiles and sharing your thoughts. I think it gives me a rough idea of what I'm expecting to play against at YCS Lille. And in the upcoming days, we're going to spend some time to evaluate these things that we've seen today. Maybe we take a more in-depth look at where to hand trap the Yubel deck, and maybe what kind of board breakers can work in this format, because that is, I think, an important first step at building a deck for the current format. Like I said before, my time for YCS Lille is kind of running low. I am low-key just considering trying to play the White Forest Runic deck to the best of my abilities, because it's the deck I have the most practice with. But yeah, other than that, honestly, I don't feel like any of the things we saw today they were all good decks, but none of them was like a Hail Mary solution to the format. Like I think the best deck we saw today was probably the relatively standard Fiendsmith Yubel deck. Like that deck seems incredibly powerful to me, and really like hard to beat. It's a good deck. Like it's a really, really good deck, and probably a very, very good contender for best deck of the format. Not even close. But yeah, it's something for me to think about in the next couple of days. We're gonna do more research on how to beat this deck, and yeah, that is that portion today. We're now gonna move on to the podcast. Let me see if Farfa is here. Let me see if we're ready to go. All right, I think we are good to go. Let me see. Let me see. Let me do this. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Look, I remembered the time this time.
Yeah, CET very difficult. Tell me something interesting.
I just watched a runic deck profile.
So, what's the interesting part?
They're playing Red Rose Dragon to make Garden Rose Maiden.
What does that like practically achieve?
It makes 2 Crystal Wings with 1 Red Rose Dragon plus runic.
Really? That's
Yeah.
kind of good.
See, is that interesting or not?
I mean, like, I guess Speedroid does that with like a 3-card combo, but that's much better.
See?
Yeah. I need to find a deck for this format.
What are you? What is your criteria?
I don't know. I haven't been to locals in a while. It's been busy, and like this format feels like a very weird intermission, where it's like, okay, well, it's kind of last format part 2 with the Azamina right around the corner. That's gonna be really different. I guess if you're playing Leal in a week, then that's pretty relevant. Mimigul would fit Farfa. What does that mean? What does that mean? Are you calling me like a bandit? Like, what does that mean?
What?
Like a little mimic, like a little grave robber. Here's my camera. There we go. Play Lightsworn, man. Fun fact. Last night I tried to play Lightsworn on Macedon, and I built the deck, and I activated grass, and I like milled snow, and like that was it. Like it was like I don't know. Like I feel like it's just bad tier limit. So
Yeah, but why are you not playing? Like, unironically, I think you'd enjoy like a 60-card grass pile with like thrust and stuff.
Oh yeah, for sure. But like, what's even good with that? Like, there's no way tier is like a 60-card deck in TCG. That feels wrong.
Sorry for the delay, guys. I'm ready.
Hello.
Hello.
No problem.
Do you have a webcam and stuff?
I do not currently.
Okay, it should be fine. We'll stick chat on screen. Oh wait, actually, Josh, can we get like a picture of just
Sure.
Josh like on the in the middle?
Okay, give me a second.
Just a JPEG.
Will I find one if I Google Josh Bavard?
And then we'll hire Jonas to like animate it so that the lips move for a solid 90 minutes.
I'll just use your Twitter profile picture. That's the only one I'm finding right now.
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
How's the trip back from Worlds?
Long but good. How about
you
you
from-
guys? Longer for you guys.
It was
Longer, yes. Are you from
probably
East
longer.
Coast?
Yeah, I'm from the East Coast. I'm from Orlando, so it's literally not just the East Coast, but literally the opposite diagonal corner. So it's one of the longest domestic flights you can have in the US.
Ooh.
Worst case scenario.
Hey, do you know? Do you go to like a locals around like Eric Christensen or anything by any chance?
No, he's down further south, but Eric's a good friend of mine.
Oh, is he still playing?
He so currently I think he moved up north to the New York area, but yes, he is currently playing. He's been coming to US YCSs lately.
Let's go. He's was it second place worlds he got with Blue Eyes?
Yep, second place worlds. He had one of the I call it one of the Cinderella runs because he won. It was the YCS that he won was his first YCS that he ever played in, and then in that same season, yep, that was Dallas, and then in that same season he won the WCQ, and then he got second place at Worlds, and to top it all off, has the iconic trophy breaking during the ceremony.
Oh, was that? Oh, yeah. That was it on stream?
I think
yeah, it was on stream. There's a whole we were memeing about it at Worlds this year because some of the judges that were judging had never heard of it. So we looked it up and showed it to them, and you just see him walking on stage, the trophy break, and then Eric Stewart and Dan Green just like start breaking out laughing.
Good God. Did they replace it for him at least that year?
I'm pretty sure they did. Actually,
yeah,
I think it didn't actually like break. If I remember correctly, I think the top, the puzzle part was like held on magnetically, and he like knocked it over and didn't realize.
Damn. All right. Well,
yeah, you
let's
want to
do
intro
our
us?
let's intro into the judge podcast. This is going to be interesting. Ready to go? All good?
Ready?
Yeah.
All right. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to another episode and iteration of Heart of the Cast. The world season is now basically concluded as we move on to 24/25. All right, I know you got to shoot off now, so hopefully we can maybe do a part 2. Honestly, this was really good, and there's definitely a lot more areas of subjects and stuff that rulings and tournament policy definitely needs to be explored more. So it's great to have you on here for your expertise. You want to say goodbye, plug a Twitter or something, and we'll head out.
No, I appreciate you guys having me on. I'm always happy to have these discussions. Anytime you want to have another one, you let me know, as long as I can make it happen with my schedule.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it was great talking with you guys.
All right. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Patreon, as always, is in the description for a singular $1 per month. Thank you guys. Peace out, and we'll see you in the next one.
Bye.
Bro had to dip, dude.
Oh wait, he's gone already. Okay.
Yeah. Because he said that he had to go specifically at 1:30, and then you started talking to him about your feature match. I was just like, Josh, he had a feature match. Josh Judge. God, I feel like that was there anything we missed?
I feel like we had more to talk about, but if you didn't have more time, that's unfortunate. But I feel like it was good.
Subconsciously in my mind, I expected this one to be 2 hours, because usually when we have, especially quote unquote controversial subjects,
I think we never talked about how long it was gonna go for.
Yeah, I just in my mind I was like, oh yeah, this is probably a 2-hour one. But what did we miss? Chat, anything specific? So we went over slow play, tournament pieces. What was the first part? It was kind of just more like a broad sort of.
It was the also upgrading of warnings and stuff like that.
Yeah,
like carrying over.
To be fair, I think a lot of that was quite a full roundup, right? I don't think there was anything specific that we missed out, didn't we? Writing things down, stuff like that. Yeah, fitting that the podcast went to time. Honestly, that is the truest comment.
That is funny.
Are you heading off now, I guess?
Soonish, yeah. As we can yap a little bit, but then I'm dipping.
What's your plan for the rest of the week? Because there's Lille next weekend.
Yeah, we're doing a little prep tomorrow. I have Pack on Friday for some remote dueling.
Oh shit! Let's go.
That's good.
Is he coming by any chance?
He's not coming to Lille, no. I think he has work. He said. I asked him.
Okay, that sounds really cool. Do you know what you're playing? Kind of. Do you think you'll play a runic deck? Or do you think you'll...
Like at the moment, since I haven't been focused on the TCG format at all, I have 0 games in the new format. Like my current plan is to probably just go with the White Forest again, unless I find something better.
Do you not think that because I mean, you're not guaranteed to go to Macedon Worlds again this year, so you want to maybe put time into TCG? So it's kind of important, right? Because like potentially a lot of points on the line.
I mean, I'll try. I'll test this week and next week. I'll spend a lot of time on it probably. But my current plan is like, at least let's say it's my backup plan in case I don't find anything I like more. I'll just run it.
Is TCG Yubel hard? Because I haven't used the new fusions, and I know that they significantly impact it.
I think hard is the wrong word. I think it takes a decent bit of effort to get in there and learn the first couple of spreadsheet combos. But once you've done that, I think Yubel is relatively straightforward. It's just like you got to remember some longer step combos and look into how they fare into certain hand traps. But I don't think it's particularly like difficult.
Yeah. Yes, Pasm, that is what I am suggesting. Also, Pasm, I need a full 2014 Infernity deck from you if possible before next week's Smile. It's for the feature. Asking for friends.
Well, I feel like you're giving them a lot of time this time around to.
Yeah. I'm not asking him like on the Saturday morning. Did you say you get in Thursday?
I get in Thursday, yeah.
Okay, all right. That should be fun then. I do need to dip though, so
All right.
I'll speak to you soon, I guess.
Yep.
Bye.
See you soon. Bye. All right, Mr. Green Skull, thank you for the last minute prime. Appreciate that. All right, guys. That is going to be the end for today. Let me see where I can drop you guys off. Appreciate you all for hanging out. I'll send you guys over to Mr. MBT today. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you enjoyed the little bit of a look into the TCG. Like I said, we're going to do more of that in the next couple of days. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for watching. And yeah, appreciate you guys. See you guys tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Have a great rest of your day. And have fun in Joseph's stream. Bye-bye, everybody.